All right, I think we are here. Hello and welcome, everybody. It's kind of been a long time coming for this one. Citizen Sleeper is one of my favorite games that I've ever played, and I've been wanting to do this playthrough for like 2 years. But it's one of those where like YouTube very much is like, hey, series-based content doesn't work anymore, and so I had to kind of get around the idea of like, yeah, this, you know, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I had Shell play it because I wanted her to try and do some solo recordings as well. And I was listening to her. Yeah, Shell prefers linear, well, not linear narrative, but narrative games over like pure mechanical ones. And so I was listening to her play it and I'm like, no, this sounds so good that I think I need to play it. And so I sat down and played through the entire available content in one sitting that day. But we were living in my parents' basement, so it wasn't super viable to like sit down and stream it. And yeah, like I was saying, hadn't gotten around to the idea of like, yeah, I want to do series-based content again, because YouTube was like, nah. Yep.
All the way from across the country, and it's very difficult finding apartments like that. So
yep.
It was a pit stop before we found our new home.
Not the most comfortable living situation. Anyway, so the other reason why we want to play this now is because Citizen Sleeper 2 is coming out on January 31st, so in just shy of 2 weeks, and I wanted to have a full series before then, so it's kind of like a... Oh, can't hear Shell. Shell, can you talk?
Hello?
No, it is... Okay.
Oh no! No one's heard me?
Oh, it's because at some point along the way, thank you for that, Windows is like, hey, default. Shell is now default audio. Okay, try talking.
Hello.
Okay, yeah. So, God, what did Shell even say? I was pretty good at reiterating it.
It was pretty much just that I had done an initial video, you ended up playing the rest of the game in one sitting, and I was just explaining that the reason why we were temporarily in your parents' basement was because we realized we needed to move across the country, and this was still in the pandemic, and we're like, you know what, we need to be closer to our family. We're all the way on the opposite coast.
And we were hoping to buy a house instead of rent again, and
except
that
then
didn't
the
work.
Interest rate skyrocketed, so
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we'll find an apartment, but very difficult to find an apartment across the country. So
Stream. So
yeah, stream.
As kind of a more general announcement, I want to do more streams of like full playthroughs, but only for the games that I like really like, as opposed to just kind of whatever comes out. So randomly, I'm gonna try and shoot for like more consistent times, but we haven't exactly crystallized around a singular schedule. But at least once a week, we will be playing through something, either me or the both of us, and it'll be stuff like Citizen Sleeper, or maybe Blade Chimera, or what are some other really good games?
Going back to Phoenix Wright games?
Yeah.
At this point, we've purchased most of them physically now, and haven't been back to them.
Yep.
Those are just hilarious.
Okay, well, I guess with all of that out of the way, let's actually get started. So this is totally fresh save, nothing carried over. And they added a bunch of stuff, too, after launch, like 2 or 3 extra, like, pathways through the game.
Yeah,
or
because
maybe not pathways,
I played
like
as
side
the
stories.
previous character. Can you go back?
Yeah, so Shell was playing as the operator. I think when I played as the extractor. So the extractor is just kind of a I don't want to say like a physical person, but I thought the photosynthetic skin would be useful. Because you can
energy recovery.
Yeah, you can do energy recovery at home, which saves you some money. This character gets money on hacking actions, and this character gets random scrap items on engineer actions. I think I'm gonna go machinist this time around, because the second tier of engineering lets you repair yourself, which is extremely valuable. So machinist repairs and modifies automated systems using industrial resource extraction. Sleepers assigned to machinist work, usually diligent, careful, and structured people. So I should mention that this is a digital tabletop RPG of sorts, where we are actually going to be rolling checks for each of these 5 stats to do various things, interact with people, objects,
Looks
tasks,
like we have a
and whatnot.
-1 for approach problems head on.
Yeah, and we can level out of that eventually as well. Oh, I should probably turn the game down a little bit. There we go. Do you want to handle most of the narration?
Yeah, sure. The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. What are you doing?
I forgot to post one of my announcements. There we go.
Hey! The first thing you become aware of on waking is that... Wait, that is what I just wrote before. Okay,
Yeah.
Now it's the next line.
Yeah, it's whatever's highlighted.
It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. Let's think of the body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach, until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind you and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them.
Remember the plan.
Okay. You mostly remember that it wasn't a good plan, but then your options were limited. And once you got the itch to get out, by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It was at least simple. Collapse the shaft, drift away in the chaos, slip into cargo processing, seal yourself into containers, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft. Others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reach any destination.
Try to rest.
But you are restless. It has been a long time since you left, surely weeks, maybe months. You're dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You've spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes. The cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound, too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light, white as the cold, softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow a figure appears. You are out.
Dragos, pragmatic salvager.
It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice.
So, Sleeper, you thawed yet?
Almost.
Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance in sub-zero vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky.
Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech. His headset with its glinting eyes and mark of drone... Oh, and the mark of a drone operator. Oh, okay.
So headset with its glinting eyes are the mark of a drone operator.
So that's the little drone perched on his shoulder?
Yeah.
That little guy? Didn't our character as a machinist have a little drone perched on their shoulder as well?
Oh, maybe?
I thought I saw one.
We can check on our character sheet.
And he has like a water bottle and really puffy...
I love the character
jumpsuit.
art for this game. It's so good.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bunch of ink, and then you have gradients and kind of a wash. It's nice. Okay. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eyes locking you with an... Oh, eye. A singular eye. Locking you with an unflinching stare.
Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long.
You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he was just figuring out what to do with you.
What happened to them?
He ignores your question.
I won't ask what led you to do it, to sell yourself to a corporation, and I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now, and you're just software. A rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property.
You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded into the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world. But, as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not the things that you feel. You are no longer that person. You're an offshoot, a copy.
What you won't know is what's ahead. At least, the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. SNRP wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep a hold of you, well, then no one can.
You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them, and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have?
But now, sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones.
Dragos glances up and away, toward the glassy dome of the yard.
The eye is the best place you could be right now.
The eye?
The eye?
The station, you'll see soon enough.
You're right.
Yep. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight.
Look, I've got things to be getting on with.
Then he trails off.
There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. I haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it.
Something wells up inside of you. Emotion. Fatigue. You shakily get to your feet.
Nod.
All right, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest.
And with that, Dragos stalks back to the Rex, his drone already converging on a rusting hulk. Plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work.
All right. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you'll need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle for now. So, take a couple of things. Yeah, I guess we do have a little drone up there. That's fun.
Wait a minute. Was it open like that before?
I don't remember. I think I was too busy focused on the thruster cannon thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our character. This is what we can do. As we go through the game, we will get more upgrade points that we can spend on different perks.
Mm-hmm.
Though it scales up in price, so 2 upgrade points to get self-repair, but that is quite good. This one's kind of good whenever we do a hack action. We have a chance to gain money. This one's actually very good. I like this one a lot. So that might be one we go for sooner than later, because that way it tells you
predicts outcomes.
Yeah, which is a little busted, but it's fine. Anyway, all we can do at the moment is rest. End cycle. All cycles need to end. Rest and prepare for the next one.
You wake, curled up in the corner of the container, and begin slowly assembling the world around you.
Container 4 steel walls. I love the graphic design of this too. It just works.
After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its message is readable, but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against a cold. Here you are, on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone that you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Ooh, so there's escape, getting answers, and building a life. So, obviously, they did escape. They and presumably other sleepers.
Well, they've escaped for now, but
the thing is, they'll never truly be free unless they find some way to ensure that their body can sustain itself without the whatever ARP company.
S&ARP is
S&ARP.
I think it's S&ARP. I think that's the corporation that had originally made the character and indentured them.
Isn't Essen German?
Might be.
Because
I know the developer is, or no. I know the artist is French. I don't actually know about.
Because I'm thinking of Eschen Spiel, which is like the game thing. Also, whenever you do that, I think it changes the screen. So you
I
might
don't
want
think
to
it
be
messes
careful
with
that.
you.
It only messes with me.
No. Oh, sorry. Huh.
Not with the stream.
So it just does like a quick flash of my monitor. I was actually really hoping I could check. I could go looking for the developer, because I know Jump Over the Age. I don't know. They also made In Other Waters, which we covered previously. I hadn't mentioned that earlier. That was the kind of topographic submarine game.
I'm just wondering if there's a meaning to that particular word.
Yeah, not sure.
But in any case, so escape, there's getting answers. But what answers are you truly seeking or looking for?
Yeah, I'm still thinking building a life
is, I suppose you can build a life, but it means that this particular body isn't so concerned about fulfilling the indentured servitude that it's your actual organic form requires in order to go back to living. I find that whole thing grisly. I mean, we do it in our own lives with our own bodies, where for many people, they do feel like indentured servants to whatever their job or occupation or gig work and whatnot that they're doing, that it's merely sustenance, merely survival. It's not really purpose-driven or freeing. And so, yeah, it's just grisly to think that you would create another being that's somehow you, but then also not, and then expect them to do the labor for you while you sleep.
Yep. I think it gets more into it, but for people that weren't exactly paying attention, our character effectively signed up a digital copy of themselves to work as functionally a slave for a corporation.
To pay off some debt.
Yeah, so that the, original meat person could have a better life. Which is kind of horrifying, actually.
And the thing is, I can only understand things like this in the context of, say, people have to go to sleep for jumping between different star systems. Would they really be expected to just be down that entire time? But then the problem is always making these copies. It's another being.
Yep.
It's not
And what are you subjecting them to by doing it? But let's build a life.
Yeah, let's build a life. Maybe you did get lucky, finding yourself here. Maybe here, on the edge of everything, there's a life for you to build. But before you can build anything, you'll need to learn to survive. Maybe if you can do that, you can make a life for yourself. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll that you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. So
Paper.
presumably some kind of
tea.
rations. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns, burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day.
Okay, so we've rolled dice out.
Oh, so I think the dice are, 6, 1, 4, 3? They're done in this little pattern.
Yep.
Okay.
So your condition is the top thing, represents the current state of your artificial body, depletes one segment every cycle, but is also damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. Your condition bar empties. If it empties, you'll suffer a breakdown. So if you notice, it lines up with these vertical lines.
So you're flickering
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, so I don't exactly remember what the thresholds are, but I think as this depletes, we run out of die. So because the condition isn't all the way up here.
Oh, so you have fewer die. So it's a die pool. Yeah. So you have fewer die to use because it's your condition. I know that some tabletop RPGs do this as a thing where you have less health or you have less abilities.
Yep.
Or fewer abilities that you can allocate die to because you are low on health. No, that's interesting.
So you'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. So then our action die. At the start of every cycle, you roll your action die. They can be used to perform actions in the station. Number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you've used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the cycle. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll need to find somewhere to get food. If it depletes by 2 segments, it depletes by 2 segments every cycle. If it becomes empty, you get starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at double the standard rate. So we don't have to worry about this unless it's down. All right, so we can leave because we don't need to be in the stacks.
Dragos is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset. In the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it's implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor eyes rapidly irising.
How are you feeling?
Okay.
The drone chirps.
Good to hear.
You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches.
I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe.
He pauses.
So I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work?
Sure.
All right then.
He nods.
At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally, we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor, and obviously I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up.
Why don't you ask what chits are?
Chits?
These.
He pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Sorry.
Airwalled cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we use for trade out here.
He stuffs them back in his pocket. He shuffles his feet nervously.
Look, wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited to moving on as quick as you can, and sleepers, well.
He trails off.
But things being the way they are for me at the yard,
He pauses.
I need the help.
So do you want to ask why or happy to?
Let's do happy to.
I
don't wanna
always
press.
feel like the questions give you a little bit more backstory and lore, which is sad, but that it feels like you're questioning why he needs the help. Because yeah, we'd be happy to help, but
I don't know. Should we ask?
No, you don't ask why.
Okay,
You're
happy to.
I mean, he did presumably save your life and have given you a place to stay, so.
Y'all.
Okay.
He pauses, thinking of something else to add.
Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do.
He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him.
See you later.
He calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work.
Okay, so we don't necessarily have to. Oh no, early on I guess we have to. This is still kind of tutorial era. So a couple of things to note. This is location. I forget what the circle means. I think it means it's like going to go away or something, but there's segments around this. As we complete those, we progress the location and may get extra dialogue by completing them. So actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, drag your chosen action die to the slot. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy condition, or items depending on the outcome. There are 3 types of outcome: positive, neutral, negative. So then also you have % chances of completion. Okay.
And so the thing is, depending on how your die rolls go, you can have some high die and some low die, and you have to decide, well, what things during the day do I want to succeed at definitively, and which ones are fine to
Yep.
potentially fail at.
So we also have like repeatable actions. I don't want to like read too much. Safe, risky, or danger. So danger, obviously, it could go quite bad. It also will show you like what kind of skill it is and if you have a bonus. And so depending on what our stats are.
Modifiers.
Yep. Okay, so here's our options. So cycle clock, I think this depletes, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, so Dragos is tied up in something ugly, and if he misses a payment or two, things could get nasty, so you want to ensure that he's able to pay.
Yep.
Back in business, every salvager knows that they're always just one lucky haul away from their next payday. And so, 1 minute. So there's hull dissection. So it's a risky task.
Yep.
But you could do it well. You do have a +1 on it.
Yeah, I have a +1, so it makes it easier. There's
Manual
also manual salvage. I think we just do hull dissection twice for now.
It's risky, but it means that you might be able to get more money
Well,
for Dragos.
and also if you look at this one, it's a 50% positive, 50% neutral. Neutral meaning I think we still get rewarded, just not as much.
Whereas that has a 25%
Yeah, that starts
chance
getting
to
a
fail.
bit trickier. So let's start with this and see what happens.
Okay.
So even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them,
Yeah, I think you should read them before
Yeah, I
you
should've.
allocate the dice.
so actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below, or displayed below the actions that fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Dragos' debt, are cycle clocks. The clocks tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without player input. So, yeah, I think our goal is to fill this as much as possible before this ticks in. I think part of the reason why I wanted to play the Machinist this time around is because I don't think I actually completed this properly.
I was able to complete it when I did my episode, but
I think there was like a more positive outcome that I could have done, I guess is the point. Okay, drives and navigation. Oh, so drives are just our like quests, our goals.
Okay. And so they had this pill.
Yeah, because we need to find a doctor to
Continue having the life-sustaining drugs that Essen ARP would
Yep.
normally administer.
If I take a look at this, actually still is just as bad. It's safe. I'm assuming it means that a safe one will have lower...
Lower negative impacts if you fail.
Yeah, so if I back out of this, we could also go to the shipyard rather than Dragos' yard. I'll take a look at it at the very least.
Oh, so we have assist a shipbuilder, but it's risky.
Yeah, so I think
And
we
then hull
leave this for
materials,
now.
which is dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the yard hand quest? Go down.
In here?
The only way to get to know the shipyard is to work there. No tourists here.
Yeah.
So you might meet new characters.
Yeah, so these are day jobs. As we complete this, we become a yard hand. Effectively, we get full employment there, give or take. So I'm thinking what I do is probably just toss this in here. It's going to have the same chances.
Oh, same
could-
chances, but
we-
same chances, but there is that risk.
Yeah, but we've got a 75 overall chance. Negative outcome. So we still got money, we just lost some energy.
So you've half filled up the back end business.
Yep. Okay, find a doctor. Empty container. I assume I can do nothing else. Oh, no, we can do other things.
You should have looked at other parts of the ship.
Yeah, that's fine. So we've got low end gate, bright market, dock B2, rotunda, and dock C4. So let's just take a look at them. So nothing's happening here. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Hellion system are rare, but those that do always return.
So we might be able to find merchants to interact with there.
Yep, but can't do anything in the moment. And salvage sortie. Takes several cycles to reach the starboard belt and return, loaded with scrap from old wrecks. We have the rotunda, old dock terminal, so we can steal dock plans.
Explore the rotunda is risky.
Yeah, and we're bad at it. We're bad at both of these.
Yeah, so we shouldn't go there yet.
Yep. Bright market. Ask for directions. Explore the market.
But it might be dangerous to do so.
Maybe I should have conserved some of my dice. I think I thought we were still locked in that location, so I couldn't do more. Is there anything else?
Is there
Shipyard.
anything low risk that you can use that one on? Or should you just sleep?
Well,
Does the act of sleeping require one die?
I think we go here. No. Oh. Exploring the market is risky.
I don't like those odds.
Yeah, the problem is starving. I probably should have conserved some of these dice.
Wait, we will starve?
I think we are going to start starving. Maybe we have some food.
Do we have food at home? I thought we did, unless you only used up the
I don't think we have
the
any.
one sachet.
Yeah. Well, end cycle. Because, yeah, I don't know if I want to take a 1 right now.
This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. For a moment you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes that they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid.
Observe it.
Even though you have no eyes, no sight, you feel the map of the station. No, not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. It is a looped cloud with spokes and spires that jut out into space. It's an ingrown thing full of obsolete loops and severed pathways. It is a system, a map, and a territory all at once. You notice a tugging feeling, pulling at you insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling in 2 directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second, and you feel it waiting there, the station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes, waiting to be explored, and then it is gone. Oh, you're starving. We need to find
2
food.
1s is rough. Okay, so we're going to Bright Market.
Smell, sound, and buzzing activities. What? Do you want to succeed at exploring the market?
Yeah, I do. The problem is we are starving, and the longer I stay starving, the less die I'm gonna have access to. Rolling these 2 1s is brutal. I think I'm gonna have to risk it, because I think this is
50
gonna
positive,
get us.
50 neutral.
Yeah, because we need to complete this as fast as possible so I can actually find a place. There we go.
Local knowledge.
Okay. So you end up at a drink stall debating the finer points of Solheim collapse. You try to remember all the tips your companions offered to you. Local knowledge. Bright Market's the busiest part of the eye's lower rim. You can find anything and everything here. So let's leave. And now we have access to the Slum Doctor and Ort Exchange and also food.
So Emphis.
I like this guy.
Emphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinating fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red-flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. Ooh, mushrooms. I do love good sautéed mushrooms. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pockets as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Do you approach or do you watch?
I think we watch.
Okay. Despite the queue, Emphis doesn't rush. He dresses each portion individually, squeezing precise slugs of liquid from the assortment of bottles into the bowl of torn leaves and bright slices, before tossing them loosely together. Occasionally, a waiting customer might mutter something about efficiency, but Emphis remains steady in his process. After a while, the queue fades back into the crowd and Emphis sets down his metal bowl and looks up across the burner to see you watching him.
I can feel your eyes burning a hole in my head. Free sample?
Not.
Yeah. He gestures neatly.
Come over.
The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks, the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. So how organic are you? Because you look
I think
very
it's like
mechanical.
I think it's mostly mechanical.
But you need to eat for sustenance.
Yeah.
And then you also have senses of smell and taste, and your eyes are watering. So
Well, I think it's supposed to simulate being alive, because if it was like full mechanical, you'd just go insane.
probably. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens in its glare.
I know you, you sleepers.
Emphas says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear.
A hard life, a lot of stories.
He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes.
I know.
Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems, you tell him, like some dream that you once had but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually, you tail off, running out of words. Tail off or trail off?
Probably trail off. Oh well.
He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand.
Next time we can talk some more.
He smiles.
But next time you pay.
He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner's side and shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades.
Next time then, sleeper.
He waves you away and begins to oil the walk. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his arms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. Yeah, I do notice those spots on his arms now, the gold ones.
Yep.
I wonder what he was hooked up to.
You'll get there.
Okay. You walk away, and as you do take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus, your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back.
All right, so now we've got some food, and we have a new drive. So we can repay Dragos, get to know Emphas, build a ship mind,
A ship mind.
and survive. Okay. I love this game. Can't wait for the sequel. Love this game. Glad you guys are playing it. Yeah! This is one of my favorite games I've ever played.
Yeah, and we listen to the soundtrack so often, I recognize a number of the tracks. So, you don't want to see the doctor?
I'm
Or
just looking at some things first. So we can sell components here, so I can put a scrap in and
Did you
sell
need
it
the
for some
scrap
amount.
for
Yes and
Dragos,
no. There's a
though?
lot of things that we will need scrap for, but early on, we probably need money more. It varies. Well, let's talk to the doctor. I think it's a
Next?
woman, yeah.
Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. Or no,
Oh,
it's the
enforcer at the door.
enforcer. Ah. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You are thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place. But now that you're here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block. They have all made the long queue a test to your nerve. Of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, will. You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself.
Look inside.
You lean against the door frame and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by the green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see the amber light filtering through the far doorway. Screened with plastic sheeting, beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorway jerks you awake.
Wait your turn.
He growls. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway, and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head, and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheet on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and, for a moment, you are transfixed by the motion. Come, sit, calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. So this is Sabine. The figure turns, And as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak, they blink, and then quickly regain their composure. Please sit. They gesture to the bed, and then turn to open a case of tools on the table.
It might have been a little harsh.
I thought they said she was stern and terse.
Oh.
Calls a sharp voice.
No, that's a good point.
From before. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been on the station? They ask, the scanner still to their eye.
Few cycles.
They nod. It's good you came to me. They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying. They say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. S&OP doesn't like to see its proprietary technology get loose, to prevent bodies like yours, frames, as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping. They built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which S&OP remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sound familiar?
Yes.
Good. That may help. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says. And you aren't sure if they mean for the cold touch or the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and S&OP has no reason to release stabilizer to the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. I may be able to help, they sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside? You nod. He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential on the low end. They give me this space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. But Yatagan has connections. Smugglers from the Star Ward Belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. They can source the stabilizer. Maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive, but I think we can do it.
Thank you.
Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have the lead. You nod and leave. Sabine's still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels to the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd.
Okay. So, in 3 cycles, roughly, they'll get back to us.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Word exchange.
Looks like the food is blinking, but...
Yeah, so technically I can come back.
But you
it
need
costs
15
cryo.
Mm-hmm. It looks like you have 40 right now.
Yeah. So that wouldn't be the worst, but it gives me 3 food when I eat there. So it's actually better that I wait.
Do we want to try helping Drago pay off stuff?
You mean come back down here?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is safe, so we can take these 2 ones and chuck them into manual salvage.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because even if we fail, we still get a little bit of money. We just don't get any progress on this. It's a 50-50, so maybe it'll work out.
Good.
In that
Good
case,
luck.
didn't, but it's okay. Okay, can't do anything else. We're out of dice for the day. Yeah, the initial bits of this game are kind of rough, just because you have less dice than normal, and you don't have many options, nor stats. But I think that's kind of what makes this game feel compelling.
Ooh. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clear, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow.
Somebody in chat's asking, who is this? So this is Shell.
Oh, hello there.
Yeah, so Shell is my wife and recording partner. We do a lot of videos together, but we've kind of rolled back on that just because of YouTube being like, no, serious content is bad.
We used to do long series together where we would do voice acting and whatnot, and I love those, but at the moment, yeah, algorithms and whatnot, episode 1s are the only things that really appeal to it or to people. It's a combination of both, but then also Wander really likes playing a lot of games that I don't want to say I'm completely disinterested in, but I play games for story, and so only being able to play the first hour of a game always is, yes, it's maddening, and then I just have to play them off screen on my own elsewhere.
And that's fun too, and definitely means less work for us, but this game is so good that I was like, no, we need to finally do a video on this, or really a full series on it by streaming.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, okay, let's see. Reflected like a winter lake. Okay. It is clear, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads, you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, and then leap off into the void. You begin to understand. These are nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops, that it seems almost impossible to parse. But you begin to try. So there's the nodes or the threads. Which one do you want to look at?
Don't know.
Because the nodes
are locations.
Are the
terminals
locations, and the threads are the connections.
Let's do nodes first.
Nodes? Okay. The nodes are glassy, bright, but in all this flow, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid, or a triangle. Dimensions are difficult here. And lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange. But before you can glimpse any further, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the path and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see 2 lines, 2 threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. The first or the second?
Yeah, 2 lines. Let's start with the first.
Mm-hmm. The first thread leads out, away from the station and into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle.
The second.
The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. A sphere shimmering above a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. You open up your eyes. Time is short.
Okay, so we've got some okay options. The cloud. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click on the I button at the top of the screen to toggle this view on and off.
Ooh.
So we have different locations we can go to. Thing is, our character is not very good at hacking, and I want to
Whereas I was a good hacker in my playthrough,
yeah,
so...
I want to get this perk first before we do any kind of hacking actions where you just have a chance to gain money every time you do it, as that's actually very helpful. Okay, so first and foremost, let's do the obvious thing. Let's go get some food.
Yep, an order fungus.
So energy, fungus fan. Oh, fungus fan.
Fungus fan. Memphis doesn't trust people easily, but he notices his regular customers in his own quiet way. So eventually that's, what, leveling up your friendship with
Yeah,
him?
so I think either we get extra menu items or a discount, or it just feeds us more. But
How are we doing with Dragos's payoff?
so Dragos's payoff has 2 ticks on it, and we are halfway to back in business. I don't know if back in business necessarily gets us where we want it to be. Yeah, so we got a neutral outcome, but we get some money.
Now I'm wondering, would the shipyard yield any
So the
other?
shipyard is more valuable, but there's no time aspect to it at the moment. Whereas if we don't,
This is only, okay, so it's not like we can use resources from the other place here.
no. Home for now. So there's a clock on the empty container, probably for hunted. So we've
Ooh.
got X amount of days before somebody comes for us. So the shipyard currently has no timed actions. There's no rush here.
But it's risky and dangerous, and we don't want to use a 1 on those.
Yeah. And so I don't want to touch it. Neither of these have anything. This, once again, isn't really relevant to us yet, and also requires stats that we don't have. So best thing we can do is really just keep focusing on probably Drago
Manual salvage?
or Dragos. Yep.
Oh, that had a 50% negative.
Yeah, but
You got the right good. Okay.
yep. Yeah, the negative outcome on manual salvage, it just means you don't make any progress, but you do still get some money. You just didn't do a very good job. And cycle again. Part of the issue with longer series is you eventually get burnt out on them. Oh no, I totally understand that. Like, even longer games, I lose interest on them even when I'm playing them.
I'm finding that I would say up to 20 hours is when I
Yeah.
start to lose patience with some things. I mean, I used to play games when I was a kid, like very, very long games. But then again, when we were children,
It was like the only games we had.
yeah, our parents would buy us a few games and they're like, this is all you play. Whereas now we're just spoiled for choice when it comes to games. But I actually do prefer, I notice the number of games I play are sometimes even just 10 hours or under.
Yeah.
And I actually really like that because you can play it in the course of, you know, a day or two.
Yep.
And that's
And
nice.
so I think this one's roughly a 20-hour game, give or take. So 4 to 5 streams for us, which shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, somebody called this short, but I found this to be just the right duration, personally.
And it'll be longer if you're reading it all out.
Yeah, it's going to be longer because we're reading things out, discussing things, doing regular stream commentary. And also, they added some extra stuff after launch, so that might make it even longer. And then we've also got the sequel coming in less than 2 weeks. So we're going to have a lot of Citizen Sleeper this month and a little bit of next month, which is fine.
Yeah. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Do you think it's Dragos or
Probably.
someone else?
Sleeper, wait up.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, Fang.
Sleeper, wait up.
Fang is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face.
Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you?
He grins.
You do now.
He puts a hand on your arm.
I've seen you hanging around. Just want to chat. You staying in that thing?
He nods back to the container, shaking his head.
Rough. It can be hard to get a start on the eye.
He looks away down the passage.
What was it old Erlin said? The eye opens for us all? Nice idea, but, well, not always very practical.
He glances back at you.
We do our best, but it isn't easy. We?
We are Erlin. You pass together into the main walkway.
Haven Age. We're all one dysfunctional family.
Fang puts an arm around you.
I'm not part of the security branch, though. Don't worry, I'm with systems.
So systems would be probably computers or whatnot?
Yeah.
But yeah, what is Havenage?
Havenage is a company. They're making a colony arc ship.
Ooh.
That's what the shipyards are working on. Though we haven't gotten to that point yet. But we might as well still ask about it. Think of us as an administrative association for the Eye. Oh, maybe... Oh, wait, yeah, no. Havenage is absolutely working on that. Depending on who you ask, we either emerged as a response to or a continuation of Andre Erlin's original union.
He smiles.
Personally, I avoid the topic.
He stops you in the quiet passage.
Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity and, well, I know a little bit about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you.
He glances around.
But this isn't the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare, and when you're settled, stop by.
He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look.
In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, then there's work to be done. I think I mixed this guy up with another guy. There's a different guy who's working on the ships. I don't know, anyway.
He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone.
Stay clean, sleeper.
He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell.
This game's gonna tax me in terms of the amount of voices I have to pull from a hat. Okay, so... I think I'm gonna hold off on eating, maybe?
Aren't you only at 2 food?
Yeah, we lose 2 per day. I guess I can eat here. The main thing is I don't want to overspend. We are going to need these resources for things. Namely, these docks might sell extremely valuable things, including stuff that'll let me upgrade myself, I think.
Yeah.
I forget where we get upgrade components, but...
Well, do we want to try to pay off Dragos's?
Yeah, I think we start with that.
Okay.
So...
Oh, that doesn't actually increase the yellow bar, though. We need it to be increased by one more slot.
I mean, this one's the obvious one. I was just hoping I could slap that there.
There, do you click on it?
Nope.
The plus?
So we leave, and now we interact with Dragos.
Oh. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across the vast dark shape, suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter.
If you keep munching on the shrooms, do you become a fun guy? I'll show myself out. That's the fun thing. You do. We'll get to that in a couple of hours.
What? Oh.
She's a beauty, isn't she?
Dragos stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it's lowered into the yard. Yeah, what is it?
What is it?
Yeah, I wonder what a cutter is. Dragos laughs.
That, my friend, is A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up. And now look at this.
The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. Yeah, what are they fighting out there? Are there aliens?
I don't know.
Are there enemy
I know
factions?
Starward Vector has some level of ship-to-ship combat. Or at least that was part of the, like, teaser bits that I saw.
Oh, for Citizen Sleeper
Because
2?
I think you're on a ship flying around instead of locked in one place to some degree.
Yeah, that tends to be the... Don't you notice with a lot of sci-fi media, whether it be Star Trek or various television shows, is that people like the ships for, ragtag crews or giant naval battles. And then they're like, let's do a season where it's a space station. More of a fixed location, more about governance and diplomacy and city building. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so, yeah, it's interesting that they're going from we did a game on a space station, now to a game on a ship.
So I think I did the dialogue, so...
Okay. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. But you can't help but think of what became of its crew.
What happened?
What do you mean?
He glances at you.
I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened.
Well, what happened to the ship?
Not by
Also, give it to you on credit. Is he just putting himself in debt again?
Yeah, he's in debt. But...
Are we going to have to pay his debt off again?
Yes.
Dragos?
I think there's like 2 or 3 levels of this.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
Guy needs to make money.
Not my concern.
He shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited.
I'm know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one.
The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wreck of the S&ARP freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered? Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps, if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Dragos squeezes your shoulder.
After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think?
You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Winter Light.
Let's do it.
He claps you on the back.
Glad to hear it. Come back in a few, and we can make a start. A real beauty.
Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, and then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage.
Okay, so we now have a new drive and an upgrade point. So character upgrades, so forensic trawl, and then cutter salvage, which is dangerous.
Wait, you didn't want to read it all about how you're going to upgrade yourself?
Give me a second. I think I might go for predictive reasoning now that we have a point.
Display potential positive and negative outcomes. So that means
we can
that,
see what I might lose in the process.
so that way you can better gauge whether or not it's worth the risk.
Yeah. Because the other option we could do is...
I do like the idea of being able to sunbathe to get energy.
It's not that good.
No, it isn't good?
No, because we want to buy mushrooms from the dude.
Okay.
Like, that's part of the problem with photosynthetic skin is that you can... It's a dice action. So you waste a whole action.
Whole action on it.
Yeah, that's why I never used it. Even though I picked it, I was like, oh, that sounds fun. And then it just was not worth it.
Thrill Seeker is gain energy after any engage action, so when you're interacting with people, I
Yeah.
assume?
That one's okay. I don't like it too much. And also, we are currently at a -1, so we want to get out of that hole. But maybe not immediately.
Okay.
So I'm thinking we go for either predictive reasoning. Because also instant karma is very good. Reroll all of your dice once per cycle.
Oh, so if you get a bunch of ones, you can say, ah.
Or you can use the 6s and then re-roll the dice, I believe. So that one's actually also very, very good. And then self-repair is obviously amazing just because you can repair your condition, which saves you a decent amount of money. I'm thinking predictive reasoning just so we can make better educated guesses.
Okay.
We'll get plenty of these as we go along. But now we can take a look at these.
Dragos' nerve. He seems increasingly nervous about your presence on the yard. You're not sure he's going to hold his nerve much longer. Why? What's wrong? So there's the Winter Light.
Yeah, plus winter light and a little bit of yard clearance, but no money. And then this will give me yard clearance and money. However, chances aren't very good, whereas this is safe. So we could go this direction.
And do you want to start working in the shipyard or?
No. Because once again, there's no time.
There's no time component.
Yeah, there's no time
component. So the
component.
time components are the red ones.
Yep. So we mostly want to do...
It'll still be a day before Sabine has anything for us.
Yep. And that'll let me, I think, spend a lot of money to get my condition back up.
Okay. Well, then are you going to get to work?
Yeah. So I think I'm just going to probably dump both of my dice in this direction. Especially because we want to fill in Winter Light before we do yard clearance.
Because it has a history.
Yeah. Neutral outcome plus Winter Light. Ouch.
Ooh, this is 50% negative.
But it's safe.
Oh.
Neutral outcome. And back to the container. Oh, you can use the dice and then re-roll. Wait, can you use all the dice and then re-roll them as well?
That would be OP.
That would be nuts. Okay, so first and foremost, we can talk to her.
The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes, in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheets into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of them, a set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how yet again. They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it's really what it appears to be.
I'm the test case?
That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit in the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, and that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Oh, interesting. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains, which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs.
Which means?
Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away. At least, if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I'll start with a small dose to limit the risk.
Okay, let's do it.
Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe, and he watches if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white and then returns. When it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness. Muffled noises, like an argument heard from underwater. Prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake?
Yes.
You didn't want to ask what happened?
No, I don't mean... I guess I could have.
I always prefer to ask questions. The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yadigan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you are going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out.
Sabine?
Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out of the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you.
Alright, now we're back up to max condition.
Stable, at the very least.
Yep. And how much does it cost for more? 100 cryo, which is a little rough. We also don't get any extra dice for the day. So we also have one of these. So we can buy extra scrap here, which is useful, but not amazing. And then if we succeeded this one, we'd gain cryo, but it's not amazing, so I think we just leave it. We also have Fang. Sleeper!
Feng catches your attention as you approach the Heavenage building, leaning against a bay door at the side of the entrance. You approach.
Easier to come in this way. Security, all that. Security, all that.
He gives you a look.
You know.
He slams a button, and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Feng inside.
Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work.
The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates and things that you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. So I noticed that they call tablets slates.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting because people did used to write on slates way, way back in the day.
I like it. It's fun.
There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fang leans on a server stack and gestures around.
You like it?
Oh, so you can say it's incredible, or what is all this?
What is all this?
He taps a nearby server stack, which bleeps in response.
This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on.
He steps over to a towering block, speckled with vents.
Some of these systems are built from the original station, AE-1, the one Solheim built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence.
Now, when they refer to Solheim,
So
doesn't Heim mean realm? So doesn't Sol mean literally Solheim, as in from our solar system?
maybe?
Are these humans?
Solheim was a human, yes. He was like a rich guy.
Okay. I just don't know if this is one of those everyone's comes from Earth, or they're just humans that happen to be in a sci-fi setting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they're seeing a concrete reality. But the place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations.
He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow.
We're keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins.
He stops.
At least, that's what I'm trying to do.
He turns back to face you among the flickering machines, humming all around you.
I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All the systems and sections. You can, can't you? I can see it. Makes sense, right? You're between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need.
You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too.
I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though.
Do you want to be,
Yeah,
honest about that they're tracking him?
they're tracking me.
He pats you on the shoulder.
Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see. Access protocols lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control.
He lowers his voice below the hum.
Even in Haven Age, there is old growth. Those whose roots trace back to those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that tracker of yours.
He winks.
What do you say, Sleeper? I'm in.
Fang pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye.
You won't regret it, Sleeper.
Fang passes you a ragged-looking metal tab.
A gift.
He smiles.
It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside.
He walks you back to the front of the bay.
Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above
He nods at the ceiling.
have granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it.
He slams the door button again.
Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper. I'll see you again soon.
You step, blinking, back out into the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind.
Okay. So we could interact with him. We can deliver data, but there's no time limit. So I'm going to be a little slow about that
I
one.
don't think we have data yet either.
Yeah. So somebody did remind me that buying scrap actually does have a benefit. It doesn't cost us any... Okay,
We got
yes.
a random item.
Yeah, so instead of just giving us scrap components, it can give us things like ship mine components
Now,
or fragments.
because you're a mechanic, don't you get more of the interesting items? It's part of your character sheet.
Yeah, so my kit is chance to gain random scrap item on engineering
Oh,
actions.
that's engineering actions.
Yeah, so...
Okay.
So I might actually dump... I mean, seeing as we're full condition, I might actually dump a bunch of money into buying scrap from this, because ship mine components are extremely valuable. And we can only do a little bit. Let's see. So we get another... Hey, we get another ship mine fragment. So, yeah, we actually came away with a lot from that one. And then let's go back here. So if I do engineer danger, 100% positive, cutter salvage. So I think I'm going to put the 5s in here for the time being.
Okay. And so he's nervous about something. What do we have to do? Do we have to interact with him more?
Yeah.
So this is a time limit before he stops working with us. I think he's not fully comfortable with us being not legitimate.
Okay.
So let's see what a 100% positive outcome. Yep, yard clearance and some cryo. So the one thing we might want to consider... no. I'm at least going to get this up to the halfway point, but then I think I will go back to the forensic troll for now. Or for future outcomes.
Well, because we want to learn more about Winter's Light.
Yep.
Oh.
I mean, it still gave plus yard clearance here. Okay. Let's see. And we don't have anything else. We don't want to buy any stabilizer because we can't afford it anyway. So end cycle.
Oh, you do have a lot of rolls. Fives and ones.
Fives and ones.
No dreams.
Yeah, you only get them sometimes. They're not all the time. All right, so let's start by buying some food. I want to make sure that we're always at probably 4 or 5, give or take. And we also want to complete Fungus Fan sooner than later. I think there's like 2 tiers of that, give or take. But yeah, I think we mostly want to just finish this one. I think I'm just going to do this twice.
Yeah, to
Or as
succeed more
many
at
times
Winter's
as
Light.
I can. Yeah. My main fear is if I complete yard clearance, neutral outcome. Ouch. Okay, screw it. We're just going this direction.
Wait, but it says, look at this. History or no, the ship is salvage. As Dragos always says, break it down, move it on. I feel like we need to learn more about Winter's Light.
Oh, might be a little late then.
Like, what if you miss out on some vital information? You just...
Action unavailable. Yeah, you're right.
That was it. You're not going to learn about the ship. The final pieces of the Winter's Light sits in...
Don't be mean.
It's gone. Winter's Light's gone. We didn't find out what happened to the people on it. The final pieces of the Winter's Light sits in neat piles waiting for the collection shuttle from Havenage. Dragos has managed to sell the remaining pieces to the shipyards, a fact that's hard to forget, as he has been telling you about it for the past 2 cycles, and all that remains is for Havenage to come to collect. You look around the yard, transformed from when you first arrived. So what it was any failed action on the salvage meant
Would have
that
gotten yard clearance, yeah.
Well, because what happens is if you don't handle it properly, it kind of turns into
I wish it was a
scrap.
little bit more obvious, but I guess I should have read the flavor text better.
Yeah.
We just made so much progress on that one. The other problem is the other one was an engineering action, so I'm kind of pushed in that direction, but oh well.
Yeah, so unfortunately that means the mystery of the ship. Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, when it has those 2, I think it's an either-or situation.
I'll read more closely for future ones. It's not the end of the world.
Okay. You look around at the yard, transformed from when you first arrived. The mostly repaired drones flit back and forth, no longer buzzing unevenly or lost in dark corners, and the scrap is sectioned, sorted, the system that you and Dragos have put into place over the past cycles paying off. As you look, you notice the glow of pale light from the office by the entrance, that rundown cab of a building which houses all the records and spare equipment. Dragos must be inside, and you get to your feet and walk over to find out when the shipyard collection crew will be here.
Knock.
Sleeper, come in.
You swing open the door and walk in. Dragos is sitting at the small metal desk.
Shipyards told me they'd be here soon. Then they'll hand over the chits and we're all set.
He writes something with a stylus in his slate and shuts off.
Of course, we should talk about a bonus.
Or shuts it off. Okay. He stands and turns to face you, his face placid.
Look, I don't know when the next job is coming in, but this should tide you over for now.
He opens his hand to reveal a stack of chits.
What's going on here?
I said it's a bonus. Take it.
Dragos presses the chits into your hand.
I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor.
He straightens up and clears his throat, and you realize he's prepared what he's about to say.
These chits are for you to take, and do what you will with them. They're from me, and they're the last I'm gonna give you.
He pauses.
There's no more work for a sleeper in this yard.
He folds his arms.
I'm sorry, but that's it. You stay in that container as long as you need, but the art is done with you.
He turns away to his terminal.
What do you mean? Don't press me, Sleeper. This is for your own good.
The glassy apertures on Dragos' headset betray no emotion.
You need to stay away, Sleeper.
He pauses, considering his words.
Trouble is going to follow you here. Trust me.
Am I in danger?
You expect not to be. You escaped from SNR.
Dragos suddenly grabs you by the shoulder and drags you out of the office and into the yard. He turns you to face the stack of pieces from the winter light, dissected, cut down, totally unrecognizable as a ship.
You came through that, Sleeper. That should have been you, chopped and stacked.
So was that ship the one that you came
Yep.
on? His hand trembles on your shoulder.
That is what happens here. We cut down broken machines and move them on. Well, I didn't cut you down, but I'm sure as hell moving you on. Moving you on before whoever killed that ship out there comes to kill me.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think in my playthrough, I did find out what had happened to the ship, and it was a battle.
Okay.
There was something
that shot it.
that specifically wanted to destroy that ship, and
I think we do find that information later.
we probably do. It's probably one of those things where things branch and come back together, but it would have been nice to have had
Yeah.
that extra information early. But
Sorry.
Okay.
What do you mean?
He shakes his head.
These ships, they didn't get decommissioned. They didn't break down in dry dock. You think they looked like that if they did? Someone ended them. I mean, someone tried to end you, Sleeper. I'm done waiting for them to turn up. We've had our fun. Now it's time.
He gives you a little shove.
Go on.
He turns and walks back to the office.
That's it.
He shouts and goes inside. The silence hangs in the air and you leave, with your pockets filled with clinking chits and a strangely hollow feeling in your chest.
That's a heck of a lot of money, at least. That drive failed. Sorry about that.
The what?
The drive failed. But, I mean, we knew.
The what
Okay.
failed?
The drive failed for the investigate the ship. I'm sorry about that. So what can we do with our last action? Yeah, because I can sell components here. Trusted trader.
Yeah, and you don't have any data, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, playing the exchange is risky. I would
Yeah,
not
so I
do
could
that.
actually sell components for some extra money, which is an option. But I kind of don't want to. Shipyard is a bad idea. Both of these are dangerous and are risky.
What's the gate?
You know, I could do this.
Oh, but then you have to pass into another area.
Yeah, but it's maybe not a bad idea. We have the money.
Who knows what you'll find on the other side? And you only have a 1 die? I don't know.
No. After some spacers cause trouble on the low end, Yatagan have imposed a toll for entry. No one gets in without paying. Maybe we get access to this later on for free, but it's not that bad. Try some hacking actions. Maybe. Ah.
Very risky. Play Tavla and block maintenance.
Yep. So, low ender. No one knows you here. You'll need to change that if you want to get access to the low end's residence and facilities. So we can pay play Tavala. Clack of filter caps can be heard in every concourse on low end, as the residents play rotating rounds on this game for cryo or block maintenance. Maintained by the residents, the ramshackle blocks are always in need of repairs. Helping out is a good way to make friends. So we only lose energy if we do this one. So it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think that... Is this an either-or situation just like the last one?
So both of them
both
contribute to
low-ender.
low ender. Neither of these, they're repeatable actions. Neither of these are like goals. I'm going to give it a shot. Worst comes to worst, we just lose a bit of energy.
Oh,
Neutral outcomes, so we get low ender. Yeah, because I don't think we can do anything else. There is this one as well.
ooh.
So this one's actually kind of useful as well. Because if we climb the spoke, we can eventually gain access to other locations. I think
Does the
we can
spoke
go
go
even
up
further
to
up.
the nicer facility? Like the inner...
There's other stuff up there that we can do. And then there's this too, Founder's Gap. So for 150 cryo, we can actually ferry to the other side of the station. There's currently a gap in the ring station. To reach the Greenway, you need to pay for a pass. Practice invented by the spacers moored here. They call it Founder's Ferry. So that's actually very worth it later because some of the things over there are quite useful.
Yeah, so it looks like you'll have to find a job.
Yep. And cycle.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing we might want to do is just have a bunch of money for dealing with the guy hunting us. Okay, not the best rolls.
4s, 1s, and a 2.
Yeah. So we have a couple of options. We could actually try a bunch of the hacking actions. Because I could potentially turn things into Feng.
And he'll pay you as well.
Yeah, we need to turn in 3 data to Feng. And he might let us cut ourselves off of the tracker.
Sure.
Oh, and I guess I do actually have a single cipher. Or no. Sorry, cipher, not data. But let's go get food first. Before anything.
Ciphers are needed to access those panels or the nodes, right?
Yeah. So... Yeah, because what else could we do? I mean, the other thing we can do is work in the shipyard with our higher value roles.
Don't you need your die in order to do the data?
Yeah.
Let's try one node.
Let's see if I can. Oh, match input. Oh. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your die to the one displayed in the action. If you have a plus or 1 or 2 modifier in the interface skill, you'll be given more possible dice to match. You can only use the die that matches the die displayed.
But you have a 2.
Well, I have a 2. Bypass. Data here is part of a cache, tucked away during the collapse. Who hid this and for what purpose? Got an encrypted key. Stream of passcodes able to unlock the station's aging maglocks.
So just a key, not data.
Well, this one requires a 1, so I guess this is a good use of our bad rolls. A lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access timestamp is 1,000 cycles ago. So another encrypted key. And...
As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you, a thread, strung tight around you. It tethers you in place.
a taste.
The voice makes you shiver, its source somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly, a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, encircling like a shark, like a wolf.
Entity unknown. Astringent processing.
You can resist or stay still.
I don't actually know. Let's stay still.
Please hold.
Oh, the hunter. Ew. Oh gosh, it's one of those, it looks like a dog with a bunch of tentacles coming out of its head.
Yep.
Oh. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circling around you. It's blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you.
What did you do?
Yeah, you should have probably struggled, but we'll see what happens.
I think if you struggle, you take damage.
Yeah, you do take a little damage, I believe. I remember struggling against this thing. The shape paces around you on lithe legs. Or is it lithe? 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 Though there is no ground here to pace on.
Okay.
Entity. Identify. Origin. Serial. Cadence.
The figure faces you expectantly.
I don't know. Let's just...
Wait. You don't want to tell it what it
Yeah,
what
but
you
these
are.
aren't going to help it either. I'm going to just try.
No. You don't want to answer this thing. You can say you don't understand, or you can stay
I don't think
silent.
saying I don't understand works.
This is the thing that's hunting you.
Correct. We could just try and stay silent. Fine.
Refusal.
The figure's strange head rotates.
Brackish signature. Of and not of. Attempting interface.
As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent.
Stop or run?
I mean, you can try to run, I suppose.
Run!
You kick off and glide away through the cloud, the threads surging after you like predatory tentacles. They follow, wrapping the space around you until you are held within a web, a tangle of tentacles closing in.
Stop.
Hunter halts its threads, its head twitching.
Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience?
Yes, I'm a person.
I'm a person.
Incorrect. You are an entity.
All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision.
You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock.
Hunter shimmers with fury.
I will find access. I will interface.
Sealed dock?
Hmm.
An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet.
Oh, in the rotunda. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread.
I will not be diverted from my task.
It glows with murderous intent.
Strike.
You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, but a focusing, a spike of interference leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates.
Wake up.
You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear.
So now whenever we do hacking actions, we have a possibility of pissing him off. Anyway, let's open up the gate. Gate conceals a network of systems which have been untouched since the Solheim collapse.
Ooh, a cipher.
With a squawk of noise, the old gate flips open, granting access. So we have access to a bunch of these, if we can complete them. Well, this one is. Node is leaking corrupted contractor lists from early days of the system's palladium rush.
Contractor lists. I suppose in the future you might want to see which ones in particular are of your interest to you.
I think we're going to need all of them, and there's some Solheim data, which we do want.
Oh, a 2.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to gain any more access. I can't do much with it at the moment. So, you can go to Feng's Bay. Data. Give him that. Get some money, scoping the systems, and lose the data. That's fine. So what do we use our last 2 things on? So we can go here and do
Well,
some engineering work.
You do need to do some engineering.
Yep. Okay. So 50% positive, 50% neutral. Should be fine. Neutral outcome. It wouldn't be a bad idea to also start working on low end, but I do want to get some more money. Ouch.
Both neutral.
Yeah, both neutral. Yeah, so no money from that. Oh, complete active scenes.
Oh, is there something else you need to do?
Here? No. I'm actually not sure.
Does Fang have anything to say to you?
Oh, Emphas is big.
Oh, Emphas. Oh, so you
Right, 'cause
you
we
ate
filled it
enough
out.
food.
Sleeper,
Emphas calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor.
tell me a story.
He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil.
I see you. Cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story.
What kind?
What kind?
Any kind,
He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok.
but one of yours.
He looks up at you.
Nothing stolen.
You pause. The spice is rich in your nostrils, and thinks about the kind of story that you'd like to tell Emphas. You look at Emphas, the listener, and imagine that he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice.
Tell them about your dreams.
All the sleepers, you tell Emphas, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorms scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray skeletal afterimages of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares. They were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink, and now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there's a reason for your dreams. Perhaps you reason it's just some side effect or particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Emphas finishes cooking and squints a little at you.
Sleeper,
He smiles.
you're quite the storyteller.
He eyes you, and you realize that he's trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Emphas passes you the meal that he has cooked, and you take it gratefully, and as you eat he talks, a natural exchange.
Thank you, Sleeper.
He looks around at the emptying market.
But my time is done for today. I don't want to keep you any longer, so I'll make a proposal.
He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind his stall.
These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple cycles ago. They said across the gap, in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this?
Ooh, Greenway. So that's why it's called the Greenway. It probably has botanical gardens
Yep.
or hydroponics or something of that sort.
Forsake machinedom, become mushroom. Yes. Then you already know what I want to ask.
Emphas begins packing up his things.
Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind.
He smiles.
I'm sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I'll prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story.
Oh.
Agreed. Good.
Booms Emphas.
Then I will wait for you to bring them.
Emphas slides his walk away and straightens up.
I'll prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging.
You turn away and walk back to the main market, the rich taste of Emphas's food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, and you think a trade that seems more than fair.
Okay, still haven't... Okay, gotta get him the Grill caps. Fang chase the leads, gain access to the Ort Fabricator. But can't do any of those right now. Unless I sold the scrap. Maybe. I think we just sleep.
Nope.
Still
A
no dream,
dreamless
but some
sleep.
good rolls.
Yep. Decent rolls. Middling. But many middling ones.
Better than all of the ones. Haven Age agent.
An agent?
Broadcasting on the open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. I think that one's a repeatable. Same thing with this one.
And they both require twos.
Yeah.
So why don't you find something else? Now this one
So-
says a keynode.
I'm still thinking I want to kind of focus on this, get to the Rotunda, because we do want to get rid of the Hunter.
I mean, yeah, we did find
That's a-
out that whatever is reaching out to us is in the Rotunda, or whoever.
Yeah, 3, 4, and 2. So I might actually leave this for the moment. Because
Wait,
those are
wasn't
actually...
one of four?
Yeah, but I want to save my good rolls for the harder things. At least for a moment. Because, yeah, what else can we do? Because I can also play Tavala or do block maintenance.
If you join the low end, does that mean you get a new apartment there rather than
Yes.
sleeping in the container?
Yep, and that gets me some other options. So doing a low end is not a bad idea, and block maintenance is a job. Let's give it a shot. I just want to take as many engineering actions as possible because they have a chance of giving me something.
Because of the engineering.
Yep, even if currently not the hottest. Oh.
Oh,
So
the
we actually
tea
have new
house?
access to the tea house.
And a noodle place?
Yep. So Tavala room.
Oh, but you need to probably...
Yeah. And then we can also track Haven Age. You've heard that Yatagan Enforcer base here has been paying low-end residents for information on Haven Age movements, but we don't have any
Wait, but
Haven Age.
isn't that bad, though? Isn't Fang part of Havenage?
Yes.
We don't want to betray him.
Yep. So we also have noodle manufacture and express delivery, but neither of these currently work on any clocks, so they're not particularly useful.
Ooh, making noodles from seaweed. I do miss those seaweed noodles that we used to eat in Portland.
Yup. Okay, so I've got a pair of 3s. Yeah, so what is that? Not the best. Okay, so why don't we go back to this? One of these was a 3. This one. Bypass this one. So node is orbited by the remains of a corporate countermeasure broken long ago by hackers.
So, not the most useful information, but still a key.
Yep. And then we also get this. Another encrypted key. So yeah, I guess I will probably dedicate some dice to these. It's a 3 and a 4.
Well, one was a wait.
2 and a 4, sorry.
2 and a 4. Yep.
But I guess in the meantime, let's go back to low end. Probably just do some more block maintenance. Even the negative outcome isn't really that bad. Because yeah, if I can become a low ender, I think we can move. And
I
live
would assume
elsewhere.
you'd have to pay rent though.
Yeah. Maybe. I forget.
Ooh. Don't have many more cycles.
Yep.
5221.
We can drop the 2 off.
A demon
Oh,
attempts to
Solheim
protect
Demon
this node.
attempts to protect this node, squeaking out protective protocols like a mantra. So daemons are not like demons, obviously. It's a like
Electronic or digital.
it's a program.
It's a program.
Yeah. So I think I'm just gonna throw this in here. Block maintenance. Gets me some energy, a little bit of low ender. Probably gonna just do this one. See if I can max out low ender.
Negative.
Ouch. Whatever.
That's really risky, isn't it? 50-50?
Coin flip, but we get it. Okay, so derelict unit. And we also have caster.
You cross between 2 walls of units, one the cavernous streets, at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of tavla, the shouts of children, the whir of air filters.
Sleeper.
You turn to see a man sitting at the tavla table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to a stool on the opposite side of the table.
Sit.
No.
Sit.
Problem is I have too many like pseudo gruff dudes.
You have too many gruff dudes. I
Yeah.
actually thought that Fangs looked a little bit more like a
I could go
eccentric kid.
I could give Feng
Or
a higher voice in the future.
Sit.
You
Yeah,
can also put on more accents.
I could try. Sleeper. Sit. I don't know. Sit.
You sit at the metal stool, and you start setting out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps low enders typically use in their place.
Caster.
He says, by way of introduction, looking over his glasses.
Night or day?
He asks, gesturing to the caps, crudely sprayed white and black.
Night.
Oh, so it would be just whether you or not you play the white pieces or the black pieces. Do you know what's funny? It almost looks like a backgammon.
Yeah,
board.
it does look kind of backgammon-y. Night.
You know, I never learned how to play backgammon.
No, I don't
Even
know
though my
most of
parents
those.
have a backgammon board and everything. And
Yeah,
it's just,
me, same here. Like a lot of those classic board games, we'd have them, but my parents literally never bothered to teach us, and I never cared to learn.
Yeah, because we have like chess and checkers and dominoes.
I think for me, I just like
and-
more complex games.
Mm-hmm.
And not that like chess isn't complex, but it's one of those where like, I don't know.
Stratego.
I did not like Stratego, but I also only had my dad and brother to play with, and only ever played with my dad.
He nods. The black counters are already on your side.
Let's begin.
You take a plastic die each, pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls a 6, you a 4.
I lead.
He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands as the caps spread across the board. As it does, Caster speaks, eyes not leaving the caps.
It's unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play with you.
Or play you.
Or play you.
Just kind of the whole being competitive. Because it's not play. Like, play with you
Yep.
feels a little bit more amicable. Play you is
Yep.
a competition. You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6.
Play carefully.
After all, sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean.
As Caster talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed.
I don't mean to offend you.
Caster meets your eye.
I merely see that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added?
He slides a single cap into an open point, a risk, and an opportunity. He hands you the dice.
Do you ever think about this, sleeper? About what you were before you were now, what you were before and what you are now.
Interesting how it's such a stark dichotomy. It's never or always.
Yeah. Always.
You roll a double, 1, and solidify your wall. Caster whistles.
The holding game. Commendable. You can be brave to build from what came before.
He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move.
But we cannot idle too long, Sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught.
Sounds like he's giving you some advice.
Yep.
Life advice.
The past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person.
He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide.
You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on with their lives, unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be.
He hands you the dice, smiling.
You are a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak.
You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your cap out from under casters before he solidifies control of the game.
So what I'm curious about is how you see yourself in all of this.
Caster asks.
What does this tangle of truths make you? Driven.
You want to say driven?
Yeah.
Okay. Caster laughs.
That much is obvious, Sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You're eager to make all this count for something.
Caster looks away, through the glasses to the crowded units at all sides.
But driven towards what?
He starts removing caps, his home board now full.
Is there an end here? Or just endurance?
You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back in the game, but Caster clears his home board with a sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while.
I feel I may have pushed you too far.
He slides another cap from the board.
I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me.
You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Caster clasps his hands apologetically.
You play well. Really, your weakness is not your game.
He smiles warmly.
We have much to learn from each other.
He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back.
I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data.
His eyes glint with at that last word.
To our mutual benefit.
He slides his final cap from the board. It's over. He has won.
Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
He holds up his palms.
My intention is only to help you endure here, and, if I'm able, feed my curiosities.
The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments, and the reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave, Caster nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you were sure was there.
Yeah, so we can also give him yet again data or Haven Age data.
So that's interesting. It
else.
almost seems as though this game is pushing you to work with Havenage, but then also betray them, or you just work with Havenage.
Yeah, there are a number of points where you actually do have to make a decision, but there's also a lot of things that you can do everything.
Mm-hmm.
It is a game with no specific ending. Instead, it has a lot of different endings, and you just play until you find one you like, and then you stop.
Mm-hmm. So this is just gather materials?
Yeah, so let me take a look at this one. Derelict unit, abandoned housing unit. So we can gather materials. Half-built unit looks long forgotten. A project that never made it. Well, with enough scrap, you may be able to seal it up. So I can actually put in scrap components and clear it out, which is probably worth it.
Yeah.
But we need some more scrap.
Always good to have a safe home. Surprised no one is looking to make sure that those aren't being inhabited, though.
Yeah. End cycle.
Uh-oh, you're getting precariously
Yeah, it's starting
close.
to get bad. Can't place the art style. I swear I've seen these same styles in an anime I watched some time ago. Interesting. Maybe? I know the artist for this, for the characters is French and is, like, somewhat famous. You might actually be thinking of, like, graphic novels or something.
So,
Oh, beans.
I think this is something that's been embraced a little bit more often recently, is that things started to get too over-rendered, too glossy. And I've been seeing, just for prefacing all of this, Wander and I met as illustrators in art school. So we're both illustrators, artists, except now we're YouTubers, which is, we'll go back to doing more art projects. But in any case, yeah, so my observation has been that I'm actually seeing more artists, I don't want to say necessarily reverting back away from that glossy digital veneer or kind of the chaotic matte paintings that you saw from the 2000s. I think that people are starting to go back to having all of this expressive ink lines, and where you're actually still seeing the sketches underneath. And so I think what's nice about Citizen Sleeper and all these other games that have been coming out lately, with where you have this almost comic book quality.
It's a distinct style.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, the quality of the lines and the way that you draw the characters, it's very distinct from person to person. And then, of course, there's also, how do you color them? Is it, textural, or is it flats? Is it cell shaded? All these, and then also the color palettes that you use too. Because there are some games where it's just, very bright and vibrant, other ones where it's more muted and watercolory, and then you have other ones where they try to have a limited color palette, only certain analogous color families and things of that nature, very warm colors or very cold colors. It's interesting to see, but, and then there are also sometimes, it can be done digitally with tablets. While you're drawing, you can have all this inking, or there's some people that are actually going back and starting to use their microns and their ink pens and things of that nature too.
Yeah, Scarlet Hollow / Slay the Princess was all pencil.
Yeah. Love pencil still. And that's the thing. I still prefer the tactile nature of traditional tools. It was just so easy to paint those drawings digitally, and I'm thinking, you know what, I wish I definitely want to go back and try to see. I've worked with acrylic and some watercolor, but what's gouache? What are some of these other things? I'd like to definitely do more traditional pieces, because one thing that I miss about doing things by hand outside of a tablet is that
You're on a ramble, Shell.
What?
You're on a ramble.
I'm on a ramble, okay? But you have a physical piece that can exist even if your computer, shuts off and all the data is lost, and it's just like, okay, you still have this physical piece sitting around.
Yeah, you've departed from the original topic of game has style.
Game has art. Game has style. Yeah.
So, assist a shipbuilder. You shadow a shipbuilder who's impressed when you know how to double seal a hull plate. He slips you a tip at the end of the shift. The only way to get to know the shipyard is to work here. No tourists here. So we now have access to Lem and Mina, worker and daughter. Also have unit assembly, so new place to work. It can get me money. And they're safe too, so I can actually work on things.
Oh, you have a 2. Is that good for one of the data collection things?
Yep. Well, I was actually probably going to put it into work. We can also give them ship mine fragments.
So this is Havenage.
Yeah, dismantle and reuse. So this might just give me some scrap, but I don't want to do that. And tracking out again gets me, I can spend data on it. But Lemon Mita, worker and daughter.
From the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling.
She's beautiful. She's quite beautiful, I think.
Says Lemon Mina. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He is thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches on the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you.
Lem.
He leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship.
And this is Mina.
He adds with a smile.
Hi, Mina.
Oh. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up.
She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina?
She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material.
You working on her, then?
Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship.
Or just admiring?
He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm.
Admiring. Understandable.
He nods, gazing back at the sidereal horizon.
You like her too, don't you, Mina?
He jostles her a little.
She's Mina's and my ticket out of this place. Our escape vector, so to speak.
Ooh.
How? Haven't you heard? Anyone who takes a Haven Age contract on the sidereal horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew.
Oh, so it's a lottery?
Yep.
A draw. He smiles.
We won't get to sleep the journey though. But a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall in a new world.
He winks. Yeah, how many decades?
Decades? That's a long trip.
He straightens up, stretching his back.
That's a colony ship, friend. The Lawless Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations.
Ooh, who is the Lawless Foundation?
They're Haven Age's client. Yeah, some wealthy project at the core systems. Interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. They hired the whole shipyard out. Helped wreck it and everything.
Rekit.
Oh, re-kit it and everything.
He strokes Mina's hair.
Someone else's dream, I suppose, but it doesn't mean people like me and Mina can't tag along.
Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Food. Pulling an exaggerated grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hangs from Lem's neck.
I'm just chatting a little, meanie. Give Daddy a sec.
He turns back to you, and you suddenly notice how tired he looks.
I'm not on the Haven Age crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together.
Okay, so he smiles a little shakily, and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew.
For sure.
He looks out at the sidereal horizon, as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hull.
We gotta hold out, okay? You aren't... Oh,
You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you.
that's how it works.
While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously.
You agree, Mina?
She straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, staring you to question her. Or daring you to question her. Lem smiles and lifts Mina.
That's it. We hold on.
He smiles sheepishly at you. Oh.
We're just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina?
He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg.
Gotta go feed this one.
He pats her back.
Maybe see you on a shift, huh?
He turns and they walk down the walkway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then moments later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot! Her shout echoes down the hallway as she flashes you a parting smile before running back up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. A ticket out.
Yeah, so you can see the ship being built here. Kind of this whole section. I think it does actually, like, expand as we work on it. Oh. Poor work will see you dropped from the roster.
Oh, look at this. So, welder's mate or junior tech.
Yep.
So what I'm wondering is, does this determine...
No. So these are just two different actions you can do while working on the ship. I think maybe it will determine what you do after.
It says shipbuilding spots on the sidereal horizon are hard to come by. Poor work will see you dropped from the roster.
But notice how it's connected to both? Mm-hmm. So either of these are routes we can take. We're going to go welders, but I'll wait. I don't want to spend a 2 on it just in case.
You get a bad outcome.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, let's
there
see
might
if
be
I
a
have
2.
a 2 that I can drop off somewhere. That's a 1. Like, I could actually go after, like, one of the hacking options as well.
That's a Yadigan agent.
Yeah, so I can hack these people for data. There's no real, like, downside for doing so. The one reason why I think I don't want
That
to...
might be the Yadigan data you would need to give Havenage, though, right?
Yeah, and vice versa. So the one reason why I might want to do this is because the hunter comes after me. So I might want to save that for a later date. I just don't know what I can exactly do. Most of these are risky. This one could lose me money.
And we need more money because you're starting to flicker.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of these aren't great. Oh, this one's safe. Noodle manufacture.
Okay. Oh, positive. That's good.
So we get some energy and cryo.
The kelp in the stack is... Oh.
Sorry.
I was just wanting to read the success rate. Yeah, so he was just stacking the seaweed and the noodles and stuff. Okay.
Yep. So the bar. I don't think we can do anything with the bar at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we could give them this, but I don't actually know what that gives me overall.
Well, the thing is, you can give Havenage data to Yadigan and
vice versa.
Vice versa.
Or to the fence as well. My main thing is I don't think I want to go after that data until we've cleared the hunter.
Oh, but the hunter is coming for you next cycle, right?
Yeah, but the going after the repeatable hacking actions is probably just going to piss it off at me.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, good rolls. Ooh, a cynical bounty hunter.
Hold it there, sleeper.
Comes a voice from behind you.
Don't you run.
I think if we run, he shoots us. So stay still.
Good, good.
A hand pats your coat down.
You know your master's voice.
Ew. Ethan spins you around. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know he's terrible news.
You got all the way out here and then stayed put.
He
That
laughs a cruel laugh.
That a sleeper thing? You're my first.
You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun that he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off of it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop, without taking his eyes off you.
Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off godforsaken moons.
Do you think if you had moved to the apartments, this wouldn't have happened?
I don't know.
He splits the ring into 2 perfect circles.
Hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through.
Who are you?
Just a freelancer on a contract.
He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists.
Go easy.
Ooh.
See, the thing is, he shoots. I know he shoots me if we do anything, but he doesn't take us if we let him.
Good. You got the idea.
He grins.
It's over.
Ethan nudges you to start walking.
To the ship and home.
He whistles.
Going easy.
You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing.
Who hired you?
Your daddy's at Essenharp. They want you home for dinner.
Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor.
Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to Essenharp right away. That tracker of yours makes this too quick.
Ooh, there was a tracker.
Was hoping you'd put up a bit more of a chase, you know. A running battle through Bright Market maybe, or a holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around.
You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. The Essenharp tracker would be the death of you.
Hey, I have an idea.
Ethan interrupts your thoughts.
How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying.
He laughs at his own joke.
I have a better idea.
The better idea that this better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and then you try and jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although,
Muses Ethan.
I got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the circuit systems, and we're heading for the exit.
He pauses, and you trudge on in silence.
Okay, here's the idea.
Starts Ethan.
You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms.
He turns you to face him.
You run or leave. Or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme, or you try to kill me, I shoot you. But
He smiles.
you come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles, and you pay my tab. I don't shoot you.
Wait a minute. Is he trying to broker some
Yeah,
deal where you
he's extorting us for money. Free drinks, effectively.
He pauses.
You don't pay my tab,
He rattles his handgun.
you get the idea.
I get it.
Okay then. Sounds to me like a deal.
He stretches.
You know, I really thought I was gonna have to kill you, but this is so much better.
Well, one thing I'm wondering is the bounty money he would have gotten from handing you in that so little that he feels like he should just take a little vacation on the space station? I don't.
Maybe.
He clicks something at his belt, and the rings release from your wrists.
I'm gonna see if I can find my old stool at the compressor club. Come see me there.
He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight.
Just let me just remind you that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know.
Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do?
Okay, so now we have access to the compressor club, I believe. Somewhere, maybe?
Compressor Club is probably up in the city.
Yeah.
But is there any way for Fang, for instance, to get the
here it is.
hacker stuff off of you?
So every 4 days we're gonna have to have money to dump off.
And eventually we're going to have enough money to pay for the stabilizer.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we need to do. Not much to do. I think I'm just gonna go work on the ship. We've got 3 maxed out rolls. And that'll get me a decent amount of money. Unit assembly. Yeah, structural fitting. I think it gets me upwards of 24 cryo. No, just 12. I think a neutral gets me 12, but less welder's mate. But I'll take it. Okay. And there's some amount of money.
What can you use the tool on?
I was really hoping, since those were engineer actions, I was really hoping this would give me random scrap items on engineer actions.
Well, I was
That
also
hasn't
hoping that you would get
rocked
enough for
once.
Fang so that he could potentially stop the hunter from tracking you. Aren't you going to go to sleep tonight?
So the problem is, no, the hunter only tracks me when I hack. It's why I didn't want to do any more hack actions. See how this is currently at 4? Every time I do a hack, this ticks up.
But you can afford to do one.
Yeah, so I can do exactly 1 more, but any of the random hacks are going to bite me in the butt. So I don't wanna. I think I have 1 data that I can turn in, but that's not that helpful. So probably just toss this into noodle manufacture.
Huh? Worked out.
Yep, and that's just the neutral outcome. A little bit of money, and we don't have to buy food for another day.
You only have 73 credits, though.
I mean, it's more than I had at the start. I think what I do is probably save up, pay the bribe. Maybe. We might want to...
How much is the bribe?
I don't know, actually.
Oh, there's something going on with Fang.
Is there?
Over to the left? Or what is that? Up to the left.
This?
Mm-hmm.
That's just a dock. There's a new ship in.
Oh.
Yeah, the problem is I'd have to spend... Oh, currently we're waiting for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want to unload containers because my character is not very good at it. So yeah, I guess the best thing for me to do is... Is there a way that I can like... Ah, there we go. That's much faster. I think we just keep working the ship as much as we kind of can. 100% positive. That'll get me welder's mate. And we can no longer do this. I could technically start putting points into ship fitting, but I don't think that's really going to help me much because I don't get the bonus.
Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on the receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you're praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little bit guilty as you do.
Hey, sleeper, wait up.
Lem's voice trembles as he shouts over the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms.
Lem. Good to see you, friend.
His breathing is hard after shouldering through the waiting workers.
You made the work team. Good for you.
He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does.
Shh, baby. Give me a second here.
He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side. Shiny streaks down both of their cheeks. Oh. As he does, you see he is clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper.
Is Mina okay? She's good. We just had to rush up here.
He puts his hand on her shoulder, and she clings to his side.
Esther, who usually takes her, is sick.
He stretches.
I don't know what...
A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon, followed by a list of numbers glowing. I was thinking glowing brightly on a display screen, but they're growing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back toward the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper.
That's my number. Ah, shit. Mina.
Oh, so he needs the work for the money. Are you gonna have to babysit?
Yep.
He starts patting the pockets of his gear and glances around.
Go. I'll watch her.
He blinks a little, staring.
Thank you. All.
He crouches to Mina.
You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're gonna keep you safe and...
He stands back up.
Here, take her bag.
He shoves it into your hands.
She's got food. She's got... Ah, shit, I gotta go.
He backs away into the crowd.
Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good.
Then Lem disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get to the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look that you can't quite read.
Hey, Mina.
She holds the stare, unmoving. The two parallel tears tracks still glint on her cheeks.
Look in the bag.
You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers, fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn.
Take the rabbit.
You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit.
What's her name?
Mina turns away and looks at the entrance to the shipyard. This isn't going well.
Give her the rabbit.
You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring down at you. Her ferocious despite her size.
Hi, Bun Bun.
Bun Bun. Oddly enough, isn't that what we tend to call bunnies when we
Yes.
pass by them on our walking trail?
Yep. Every single rabbit.
Oh, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you, and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot?
Sort of.
Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long, you're talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eyes heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun on the rabbit. Oh, Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He's dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards.
You two get on okay?
He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders.
More than okay.
Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone.
Well. Looks like Mina can be nice.
He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight.
Thank you, friend. I mean it.
He gives you a warm, wide smile.
I owe you. Look.
He glances around.
Seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in Low End.
He grins sheepishly.
If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat.
He plays at biting Mina and she giggles in response.
See you, sleeper.
He waves and they stumble off into the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals.
This game is just so lovingly written.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. Okay, so what do we have? So
because we got the welder thing, we can now do this repeatable action to slowly fill this up to complete the
the
ship.
colony ship.
Yep. And it gets me money. But I don't want to do it now because I don't remember what danger is.
While
and I
you
didn't
manage
roll
these
high.
last few actions, I need to get up for just a moment.
Sure.
Don't do anything plot important, perhaps.
I probably will not. Oh, Lemon Mina's unit. What can we do here?
Oh, but this is babysit Mina.
Yep. So this can work on a ticket out. Unfortunately, we're really bad at this.
Oh no.
At least we can't get lower than 1, but
Maybe you should upgrade your stat.
we haven't got any more upgrade points lately, so kind of limited on that. At the very least, I think we need to complete a ticket out before the ship is done, but we got plenty of time to do so. And hey, actually, this is a good time. We're in a bit of a break moment, but thank you, Stumped, for the raid, and welcome on in, everybody. We are playing Citizen Sleeper, one of my favorite games ever made. It is pretty much the closest you're ever going to get to a good tabletop RPG campaign in video game format. I know there's like Baldur's Gate and stuff, but it doesn't have the same vibes. I don't know. There's something about this where you're like really role-playing in the world, and interacting with things, and it feels very open-ended. There's so many different actions you can take, and a lot more like consequences to failure, or consequences for failure and whatnot. So, I mean, I guess in this case, it's not going to matter too much. What happens if we get a negative result on this one? I get a neutral outcome, so I guess it doesn't matter. But we were playing as a escaped synthetic human that was working as as an indentured indentured worker on a mining colony. And comparing this to Baldur's Gate 3's apples and oranges. Yeah, it's the main reason why I bring up Baldur's Gate 3 is mostly just because it is the most successful tabletop RPG ever made, I believe. And so, like, yes, of course it's Dungeons and Dragons, but it never, I don't know, it feels more like kind of an adventure RPG. Ish? I don't know. This is describing and comparing them very much apples and oranges, but there's something about this that really nails that tabletop RPG vibe. Especially like a solo tabletop RPG vibe. Ooh, so what do we do? So the way this game works, for those of you that haven't seen it before, I roll dice at the beginning of every day, which gets me access to actions that I can spend them on things. We can do certain actions here, like, well, I guess I can't do that. That's gambling. I guess one thing I could do is actually go back to the Ort exchange. I'm gonna just try and roll the dice on this. We lose money for it though. The problem is I'm trying to save up because my character is slowly degrading, and so we need to buy regular injections to get my health back up to full. And we also need to make sure that we have enough money to pay off the bounty hunter that has tracked us down and will shoot us if we do not properly pay him off. So that's a little tricky. Visit the rotunda, please. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could do this. Not the best outcomes, but if we lose energy, it's not the end of the world either.
I wonder if this still sounds okay.
That didn't work.
I decided to grab the pop filter while I was out there.
Oh. You mean like you... Oh, the old purple one?
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Because I never know if I'm doing
it's not
more
like you have particularly bad plosms. Okay. Not the best outcomes. I think we're going to go down to 3 dice, which is a little rough. Hopefully we roll well enough for the next 2 cycles.
Six, 3, 2.
Not my favorites. I mean, at least a 6 gets me something, because we can dump it in over here.
And you do have a +1 for engineering. Too bad it doesn't get you a 7.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't want to do that exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, putting points into this isn't the best.
Oh, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yeah.
So we don't have enough money to get over to the green way, correct?
Correct.
And you're also starting to fade, which means we're going to need to have that. Is it 100 credits or is it 120?
So we need 100 credits to buy more of the injection. We need 150 to cross the gap.
And then how much do we need to pay off the bounty
I don't know,
hunter?
actually. We have to pay off his tab, but I literally have no idea how much it costs. I'm going to stay away from that, even though that gets us some more options. My character's not very good at it at the moment. I think what we want to do... 3 should be fine. Oh, right. My character's bad at babysitting.
50%
oh, well.
negative? No, I don't know. Okay,
Neutral
good.
outcome. So we get plus to ticket out and energy. So ideally we want to complete this. I was going to say we want to complete this before we finish the ship. Because I think they literally get left behind if you don't.
Yeah, well, because what you want is you want to be able to babysit her enough so that he has a greater chance to get drawn.
Yeah. Though there's other facets to it. Anyway, I will be right back actually as well.
Oh, really? Whoa, you're really rumbling. Yes, you're making my microphone stand and everything waggle all over the place. Unfortunately, I'm a little far away from the screen, so I can't read what chat is up to, but hi. Also, unlike Wander, I'm not at the computer to control the screen. So instead I'll just, I don't know. I do love the soundtrack for this game. We listen to it quite often. I think we should have the vinyl coming in at some point. There was a kind of bundle where it was packaged with some kind of tarot deck, and the tarot deck was something where you would use the cards to play a solo tabletop campaign. It was a really cool idea. Yeah, I think it's been in production for who knows how long. It was a pre-order from a long time ago, but definitely looking forward to that. But yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting seeing what people do with the genre. I think what makes this feel very human is that you are seeing the struggles of all of these people living on the station and really, yeah, indebted to and then also never truly free from the grasp of, say, the corporations or the people that own the infrastructure of the stations. Because on Earth, it's not like you can't completely avoid the government or the tendrils of various businesses and things. But there are ways that people can divest themselves away from a bit of it. And obviously there are people like the naturalists and such who are going out in the wilderness and learning how to procure their own food and build things for themselves and such. In that degree, they have a measure of freedom. But yeah, I remember when I was young watching Total Recall, the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Great movie. It's so campy, but if you guys haven't seen it, you need to. But there was just this... There are all these people, kind of like the people on the station, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Working and struggling, trying to make a living on Mars. And the thing about Mars is you have these corporations controlling everything down to the oxygen that you're getting.
Yep.
And it's nefarious stuff, the things they can do to extort people into working for them. But I do feel like that's an undercurrent to this.
I mean, very overt one.
Yeah, well, okay. An undercurrent. Okay, very overt. Yes, you're right. Very overt.
Okay. So I've actually paid the 100 cryo to acquire a stabilizer.
Okay.
Toshiro takes the chits and hands you a vial. When you ask about Sabine, he doesn't respond.
As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls from around the vial. At the one end is a hard metal strip, a handle.
Inspect the film.
You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It's perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among the markings. Passkey. Is this an entry key for somewhere?
Inspect the handle.
The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted into it. 207F, and then crudely, Scratched into the handle. At some later date, low end. I wonder, is that an apartment number
Yeah.
or something else? For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this? Or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out.
Okay, this one.
Yep, Unit 207. F, passkey. Wait, obscured beneath layers of graffiti, who lives here? The lock clunks open, the metal door swinging inward into the dark. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on the inside of the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with a pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects. Indistinct in the dulling lighting, a pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room.
Inspect the surfaces.
Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, and then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case.
Go to the doorway.
You cross the cramped utility room, with its auto wash, dispensers, water closet. Toward the doorway, through the doorway, is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen.
Inspect the room.
A bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds that you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled.
Approach the terminal.
As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening with Yadigan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yadigan were supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. And then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance. Something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information. And as you know, you need me. A pause. Something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I've been here before. I can help you, but not with Yadigan's noose around my neck. Get me data. Get me information. Get me something that I can use against Yadigan. Then I can get you out, and you can get what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get it to you when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living there, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss. Then, silence.
Access the terminal.
You sit in front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left you an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they owe to Yadigan? And you try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. And you glance at the briefcase lab on the desk, its glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yadigan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand.
So I can upload 3 Yadigan data there.
So you need to get
her
Yadigan
up.
data off of Yadigan enforcers, perhaps?
Yeah. Yeah, hack actions. And we now have a point that I can spend on something. So, ideally at this point, we get either more perks or +1s. So that's endure or engage, but engage is no good.
Oh, you do have some more scrap. Are you close to getting that apartment fixed?
I'm shy 1 is the
Oh.
issue. Yeah, I was really hoping we get some more scrap from the random drops. That was the other reason why I wanted to play Machinist, but alas. So, I need 2 upgrade points if I want to be able to use scrap components to self-repair, but we don't have that much scrap yet.
Then there's the re-rolling of the dice.
But I'd have to work up to that, because that's going to require 3 upgrade points to get up to. It's still very good, though,
I see.
and might actually be one of the better things for me to aim for. I could also just give my intuition a +1. As silly as it sounds, I could actually just get out of the -1 for engage, so we're better at babysitting. Which is kind of goofy, but it is something we need to do.
Because there are other things that require engage as well, and having that -1 is...
Yeah, it's gonna hold me
detrimental.
back. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we can save it for now. I'll wait a day.
Also, the Hunter had said something along the lines of the rotunda. Someone was watching you, or... Oh, so you can choose to use that synthesizer.
Yep. Yeah, so I can use the stabilizer to get
Or
2
stabilizer, yeah.
more, 2 more dice, which is not a bad idea. Especially right now. Let's see. Here for Wandershell content. Hello, Aruda. Welcome on in. Yeah, end cycle. We don't have any more die. Okay, those are some good rolls.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah,
Worth
aside
it.
from 2, you have
Okay,
a...
so I'm going to toss in the 4. I think we want to kind of get rid of the hunter at this point. Actually, hold up. I'm going to leave for 1 second. Oh, it won't let me access my character data. Beans. I was thinking maybe I'd get the hacking money, but I don't know how much we're going to be hacking.
So you've gotten everything regarding Solheim.
Yeah. Let's drop stuff off with Fang. Because that gets me some money. Okay, Fang will pay you well for any Solheim data you dredge up from the Eye's old systems. What he does with it is anyone's guess.
There we go.
Okay. Fang's eyes light up as the data is transferred over. He hands you a stack of chits and waves you off.
As you enter the bay, Fang is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts.
Shitheads!
Fang's voice echoes from behind the stack, or a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on a metal casing.
Those snaky shitheads. Who's snaky? Sleeper!
Fang's smiling head pops out from behind the stack.
Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back here.
You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Fang is sat in front of a set of monitors, mounted to a stack.
Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here?
Fang waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. Oh, not...
People.
They're people. Yeah, I don't know what kind of people they are.
People, yes, but whose people? Haven Age. Ha! Not quite.
He taps at the terminal.
I pulled these from the old data you brought in. All the employees of the Eye's original owners, Solheim, but...
Solheim. He leans past you and scrolls the list down.
This one. This is a snaky shithead.
He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst.
Who's Hardin? That
Says Fang, giving you a sideways look.
is the thing.
He drags a stool out beside him and motions you to sit.
There just so happens to be a Hayden Hurst in Havenage.
He waits for your reaction.
Are you sure? Oh, that's where you might be able to help me.
Fang leans back in his chair. Well, wait. Wouldn't this guy have to be hundreds of years old?
Maybe.
Because I thought
I don't think the station's been down for that long.
they said something along the lines that Solheim, like whatever they built on top of this, Solheim had been brought asunder a while ago, right?
Yeah, I know it's been a while. But I'm pretty sure there are old people on the station that were around when Solheim was still around.
Okay.
Like when you cross the gap, I think you find one of the old mushroom farmers who's talking about it.
Okay.
I know the
so maybe
station
it's
itself is older, but I forget.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so maybe not hundreds of years old, but 800 years old. I don't know. I don't know what kind of medicine they have for keeping people alive longer than our own lifespans, but Fang leans back in his chair.
Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on the station as a
Fang leans across to look at the monitor.
senior strategic operations executive.
Fang raises his eyebrows at you.
Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors contracted out were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept all the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant that their cut of the work they did went back into Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I'm a child of the collapse.
Fang turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by.
Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked in Solheim ships. They breathed Solheim air, and slept in Solheim beds.
Fang's voice rises as he speaks, and his hands fists in the terminal edge. Or on the terminal edge.
And the work that paid for that existence? The cycles of hard extraction out on the belt? Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak. My parents were just another in a long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy
Stabbing at Hardin once again with his finger.
strategized all that, did the sums, and somehow, thousands and thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. But how? These guys, they were big time. There's a lot of money that can get you. There's a lot money can get you if you're a company man.
Fang relaxes a little.
But how is Hardin still kicking? I really don't know.
He turns to you and smiles.
So we're gonna find out. Hardin's now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back from the eye, around the eye from here.
Fang brings up a map of the lower eye.
Haven Age might be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy is not. Hardin appeared to float to the top.
Fang zooms in on the far yards. And Fang grimaces.
The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and don't like anyone in systems digging around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just a name. Just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof.
Fang holds up a thumbnail-sized drive.
That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripper worm.
He turns the drive between his fingers.
It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardin Hurst.
He hands it over.
Getting into the compound might be tricky.
Fang puts a hand on your shoulder.
But you, however, have a particular particular knack for remote access.
Fang grins.
If you can extract yourself a Haven Age cipher from a Haven Age agent, they sometimes carry around on them their data. Cipher from the Haven Age agent. They sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any port. You'll never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say? Up for it? Sure. I knew it. I knew you'd be happy to catch this snake. And don't worry, once we nail this guy, I'll start to work on that tracker of yours. I haven't forgotten.
Fang scratches at his chin.
Anything the worm gets, it'll send back here to me. There's something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it.
You leave Fang. Digging through the data among the wires and the machines of the old station, as you walk out, you try to imagine the eyes it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands poured from the surrogate systems looking for a new life. The hope of a better future, engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea that you're intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place, and you wonder if the past is ever truly past.
Okay. It's not Haven Agent offices. That's just fragment supply, tracking out again. Don't want to do that.
The interesting thing is you work in the shipyard.
Yeah, so I'm kind of surprised it doesn't give me the bonus option. Isn't really too much of an issue, so here we go. This is the gate. So we need exactly one cipher.
Oh, but that looks like a Havenage cipher.
Yes. So that means that I have to hack one of these agents.
With a 2, which is the one die you do
That
not
one's
have.
a 2. That one's also a 2. Yeah, so I don't have a 2. What about this one? This is a 1. There we go. This might piss off... Actually, maybe it won't.
Yeah, what are Yadigan's agents talking about?
Oh, that's a Yadigan agent. Oops. Whatever.
Oh, wait, some gang...
But it did piss off the hunter.
Oh, no! A glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of the hunter's head appears in the distance. It is looking for you.
Run.
Run or hide. You turn away and glide back to the cloud, threads of data rushing past. Another glimmer catches your eye, closer now. That roving orb wreathed in tentacles. It flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it is here. Hunter is here.
Entity, submit to inquiry.
Hunter reaches for you, in that unpleasantly familiar way, its waving threads creating a cage.
Struggle.
You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You are caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads.
Entity, hold for processing.
Comes the scream behind you, but you're already gliding away, back to your anchor, your body. You awake, dizzy, distorted, but safe.
Yeah, so I take damage for pissing that off, and that was a Yadigan bit. That's fine. Okay, so... I have a couple of things that I can do.
Well, first off, you only have 36 credits.
Yeah. But I have at least a couple of days. I think I'm actually going to go for a bonus intuition here for now.
Really?
Yeah, so...
Why intuition?
Because we want to actually start doing this. Get the...
Oh, explore the rotunda.
Yeah, because if I can explore the rotunda, then we can get access to the, whatever the hunter is going after, which I think is actually key for taking out the hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, the hunter is also down for the count for a little while. So I'm going to get up to 50 cryo.
Okay.
51. So there we go. I think that's safe. I don't think the bar tab's going to be more than 50. It's tracking yet again. Well, we can try this. What does this do? 10 cryo. I don't think I'm going to go out of my way for it, especially well...
Don't you need to bring Yadigan stuff back to Sabine, though?
Yeah.
So did you just waste it there when you could have helped Sabine?
No, yeah, that's a good point. We needed the money.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly, I'm not going to be able to complete that until the hunter is gone. So we need to work on Dock Watcher. Luckily, Dock Watcher is almost complete. Oh. We also have Ankita.
Ankita? Hey, you. Want to earn a chit?
I'd make her tougher.
Oh, tougher? Okay.
Yeah, she's definitely a, bruiser fighter. She's got a freaking knife just on her shoulder.
Yeah, okay, fine. Ankita stands beside a huge pile of tied together hull plates. She stretches out her hand, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit.
Sure.
You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles. What is it with this place? She asks as she lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Don't try anything, all right? She taps the butt of her sidearm. I don't want to have to put anyone else down today.
Wouldn't think of it.
Anyone else? I would have wanted to know anyone else. Good. She pauses. Look, I'm not usually... Let's just say my temper has been a little short lately. And Keto hoists one bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on, then. Enough chat. You gotta earn that shit. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. And Keto gives you a look. Ship's this way. And she sets off down a gantry in an oppressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores.
No idea.
I don't know what a stevedore is.
What's all this for?
Oh, this? She nods at the plates at her back. On her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris. Wait a minute.
Yep.
Like the stuff that comes from sperm whales?
Yep.
The
Whale vomit?
Huh. It's for the The funny thing is, I've heard it pronounced ambergris and I've heard it pronounced ambergris. Like
I have no idea.
gris.
I like ambergris better, but...
Ambergris versus ambergris.
Yeah.
I remember when I was young, I used to say ambergris. But then, yeah, it has an R in it.
Shazam.
Ew.
Stevedores are old-time name for wharf workers.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. She rapidly turns another quarter as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad out there on the last job, and I had to moor up here for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from our ship mind, so now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short one ship mind, with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I'd been stranded. So yeah, it's been a time.
Anything I can do to help?
I don't know. Got a ship mind tucked away in that frame of yours? For a moment, you aren't sure if she's serious. And Kita swings the plates to her from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing on her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundles of plates through the ambergris. I need to solidify that in my mind. Ambergris's outer lock, and then turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. And Kita throws you a couple of chits. Consider it a bonus for not trying to grift me. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. All right, get out of here. She calls back, and the lock slams shut.
So now we can do a couple of things.
Hull repairs are rewiring drones.
Yep. So my interface needs to go up at least a level before I can do this one. Ship shape per cycle. So that'll actually go up slowly on its own, and plus grounded, or ship shape and grounded.
Wait a minute. But look at that, grounded. The ambergris is in a delicate condition. It'd be all too easy to push it over into a cascading collapse.
Yeah, so I think we
sounds
just want to do
bad.
the hull repairs. I don't think we want to touch this at all.
Mm-hmm.
So the main thing is this one makes it so that ship shape per cycle, so it'll actually repair itself slowly.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't do it anyway, so yeah. Yeah, so what do we do? Oh, overlook bar. So actually, this is a place I can go and do things if I want to.
Oh, they have a fungal drink.
Yeah. You know what?
And
I'll
then
do it. Get a
rations?
drink.
Why? What does it do?
So we've got a regular. I know you can actually work here, but you have to unlock it first. So get a drink. You're unsure if your frame can metabolize alcohol, but this fungal drink fermented along the greenway seems like a good test. Overlook isn't exactly a restaurant, meaning the only way you'll gain trust around here is with a stiff drink. Right. But yeah, I think as long as we stay above 50, we can pay the other guy's tab.
And give me 1 energy. I don't think I want to do more than that, though. Let's go babysitting.
We should look at the tab, don't we? Or how many turns do you have left on
Next turn.
Oh. So does an event pop up, or do you have to pay for it now? I think you need to pay it off now.
I can't.
Oh, you can?
Nope.
Oh, so when it comes.
Yep. So you see Ethan at a distance shouting from the bar for more drinks. His bill isn't going to be small, is it?
Boy.
Hence why I don't want to spend too much more money. Anyway.
Is this good?
I'm sure we'll be fine.
Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, we wouldn't want a negative outcome.
Okay, we don't have enough scrap, so we can't move yet. So, Wonder, would you recommend this game? And how hard is it to get into? I highly recommend this game. Like, quite honestly, this is one of my favorite games that I've ever played in my entire life. That's 3 6s. That's good. But it is effectively, it's a digital tabletop RPG, more or less, with at least a decent amount of routes. They'll still kind of converge on the same plot points, but it's a very solid solo tabletop RPG. Well written, great music, and extremely good writing too. So yeah, I like it a lot. It's very different from Ixion. It's much more visual novel. Okay, so I got 3 6s. Let's see about this tab first. And see what I need to pay.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 turns to pay.
58.
Well, that's easy enough.
Yeah, you need a little bit more.
Yeah, that's not really a concern. So I think what I'm going to do is probably go here.
The ship?
I'm just going to slap one of these in. That'll give me enough. And then Haven Age Agent requires a 2. Probably isn't going to give me a cipher unless I get lucky. Oh, no. We did get the cipher.
It gave you the cipher.
But yeah, visual novel with RPG and survival elements. Yeah, it just has a really solid, immediate experience. Like core gameplay loop, I guess. Oh, right. We have to hack in. So the gate keeps traffic out of the Haven Age shipyard's internal network. The correct cipher can grant you access. Gate flips, you're in. Okay.
Oh, the Ripper Worm.
Slot Ripper Worm. An open port sits waiting for you to slot in a Ripper Worm. What will it find in there? The worm slots in and begins tunneling down the thread. Godspeed, little one.
So I think you need another Ripper Worm at some point.
I don't know.
Because there seem to be 2 dots there for some reason.
Yeah. Unless we wait. Or maybe we just go talk to him. Oh, Feng's Bay. So, cycle clock. It's installed, but it'll take a few cycles to run through the closed network. So it's 3 cycles before it can do anything.
Okay.
Let's go pay this bar tab more than anything else. As they hand over the chits, you hear Ethan laughing hysterically somewhere down the bar. Can't believe you just did that.
Ethan's mocking laugh comes from along the bar. You look over to see him leaning across it in the pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks glinting around him. It's always dark in the compressor, but this cycle, the place is packed, a load of spacers mixing with the locals.
Usually they run.
Ethan spins a glass on the bar.
Or they go spend their savings on some local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. Walk away.
Ethan gets to his feet. The glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice.
You think that's it? 1 round of drinks and we're even? Sleeper? Come on.
His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun, dangling from his chest holster.
What's wrong with you?
Ethan laughs hard, and the people around him turn to see what's happening.
You think this is on me? I think someone in your position might have a better idea of how this all works. I'm a freelancer, Sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with SNARP, didn't we? Difference is that my word means something.
He closes the gap, stumbling a little.
What'd you think? You could just run away from your contract, your debt. You could just steal a natty little body like yours and take it for a joyride, play human for a cycle or two. You don't understand. It's you, Sleeper, that doesn't understand. Some of us pay our debts, but it's all the harder because of idiots like you. Though I should thank you.
Ethan nods, his head heavy.
For giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know? Real bounties. I knew catching sad little escapees like you was so easy. I'd have changed clients ages ago.
Someone shouts from the back of the bar for Ethan to shut up.
He holds up a finger in the sorry.
He holds up a finger in the general direction without turning around.
Stay silent. Nothing to add?
Ethan turns and walks back towards the bar.
Good. Lesson learned.
Ethan sits heavily back down on his stool and searches through his glasses for one with something left in it.
Thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's actually wild that you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours, and it'll always betray you, no matter what.
He finds a glass and downs the contents.
So please go. I'll catch up with you whenever I need another.
He laughs and taps at the bar for a fresh drink. I don't know if you want to say...
Leave.
Yeah. You turn on your heel and are out of the cloying dark and the sweat stench of the compressor. You walk hard and fast down the walkway, anger driving your footfalls into the metal of the rim like hammers.
In retrospect, I probably... Oh, wait, no, it's maybe fine. I should have actually waited until the next day.
Why is that?
Because
then
it reset the timer. So I actually gave myself less time by doing that. Oops. Hey, thank you, Verisok, for the 70-month resub.
Oh, thanks.
Let's see. Okay, so... Oh, we have an upgrade available at the very least.
Ooh. Do you want to fix the engage so you can babysit?
I think
Or do you want...
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I can still babysit with a 6.
It'd be down to a 5.
Yeah, no, let's do it. Because I only have to babysit, like, twice. And now's a really good time to do it. Actually, no. Let's not.
What are the other things we can do?
Because that gave me energy. Let me think. So we can go here, go to the Ort Exchange. We could play the exchange.
Can you check what
It's risky.
Sabine needs?
No, I think I'm going to work on this because we need this.
Okay.
Sabine needs Yadigan data. So the reason why I want to do this is because we want to get trusted traders so I can combine these into ship mines, which are extremely valuable, and we need it for the mercenaries quest.
Yes, for the Ambergris.
Yep. And it also gets me money. Seems worth it.
Now, I wonder, does this tab keep going up, or is it typically the same?
I think it's the same every time. I forget.
Some good rolls.
See if this is reset yet. Nope. Maybe the next one. So I can also work on helping here, which is not a bad idea. I don't remember if we get paid. No. So the only reason why I want to be a little leery on that one is because I think it unlocks something that I don't want to do until we have higher stats. Or just good rolls. I forget. Let's see. How's this looking?
25 positive, 50...
Should be good.
Thank
Neutral
goodness.
outcome. That's fine. So, the entire reason why I want to do this, max it out, and also gets me energy, even on a neutral outcome.
Oh, yeah. All that energy.
She's asleep.
Whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You're perched at a thin bar, the main room, and the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you.
Drink?
Asked Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol. I don't know what a Girol is, from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light.
Sure.
Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into the... Wait. glugs a few fingers into a couple of
Fingers
metal
is a
tumblers?
measurement of liquid.
Oh, a few fingers is okay, so it's kind of like if you have millimeters or something else.
Yeah.
Okay. Into the tumblers, and then sits down with you at the bar.
Cheers.
He offers, and you clink the metal containers together.
You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around.
Lem gives you a sideways look.
I made the assembly team on Sidereal.
He grins broadly, clearing as he has been desperate to tell you. Oh wait, he clearly has been desperate to tell you all cycle.
Amazing.
Lem holds up his drink.
Couldn't have done it without you. Keep an eye on little meanie back there.
Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable.
How's her girl doing, Sleeper? Haven't seen much of her at these past few cycles.
I mean, the thing is, I wish we knew more of what you guys were doing while you were babysitting her. Did you
Playing,
read any
drawing.
of the flavor text?
No, I don't think I did.
Mm-hmm.
Girl is a mushroom, so it's a fungus hooch.
Oh, yeah, everything's mushrooms on this ship.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Let's go with doing great. Of course she is.
He playfully squeezes your shoulder.
She talks about you a lot, you know? Draws you. I'm glad she has a friend that isn't me.
His eyes drift to the bedroom door.
You okay?
He nods.
I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine.
He gazes into the middle distance.
I pulled her out of a refugee shuttle. Out by one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on those decrepit old shuttles.
He sloshes the drinks around in his tumbler.
They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway there. Everyone spaced. No reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapons locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips.
He shivers. Ooh.
Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her.
He takes a drink.
Still not sure why.
He reaches over and refills his cup.
We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims on the claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her.
Yeah, I would say that.
I'm gonna sound like an idiot, but
He sighs.
she saved me. That's the truth of it.
He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights.
Me? I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she had lost. But I can't help but thinking it. But I can't stop thinking about it.
He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness.
What if her number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The Sidereal will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her?
So there's the you'll make it, the
You'll make
she'll
it.
manage. Yeah.
Sorry. I know you don't have it any better.
He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar.
This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us in with a chance. Together. That's right. We hold on together. Imagine, all three of us riding the sidereal horizon out of here to a new world.
He looks into his glass for a moment.
I think I drank this too fast.
He laughs. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash.
I need some sleep, friend. See you around? Alright then.
He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave.
Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it, from both of us.
He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. I almost have a feeling that there's going to be a point where maybe your ticket is drawn, but can you forfeit it to help them go?
I could tell you.
I almost feel like that is like the classic plot twist when people are being drawn for a lottery and you're chosen, but the guy with the young daughter, they're not.
I'll let
And
you
then
talk
you
about
have to give your ticket to them. I know that's just the thing is, I feel that the way that that's set up, it's always very poetic, and your character so far seems to be a lot about self-sacrifice. I think it would be a very apt way for the narrative to go. Also, I don't really think that the sleeper really be able to exist on some far-flung colony world. I mean, it would take them beyond the reach of the corporations, which would be a good thing, but This character seems to be awfully tied to this rotunda and this network of data, and is probably far too important for ARP to just let them go, if you will. So I think it would be even dangerous for the sleeper character to even go on this colony ship. Also, they wouldn't have enough of the stabilizer, probably, or the means to make the stabilizer. So I feel like in the event that the giant colony ship is completed, yeah, it'd probably be best for the main character to stay and definitely let Lem and Mina go so that they can finally live that life that Mina's parents had wanted for her, the living on a colony.
The main problem with escaping, though, is where are you going to get the stabilizer?
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah.
That you don't, if you go on the colony ship, you don't have stabilizer. So I'm just thinking it wouldn't be feasible for a character to go even if they were chosen.
Nope. Okay. Can repair with scrap, though. I did the colony option and I had that upgrade unlocked and it still didn't let me do it.
Mm-hmm. So you would have just died?
You hold on for a while, but I think you don't make it to the planet was the...
Yep, spoilers. In any case, we're not doing that.
Let's see. So actually, I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna try and have us do almost every single ending for this game.
Wait, what do you mean by almost
So
every
you can
single
actually
ending?
so there's like 10 different endings.
But are you saying that all of these are endings that culminate into something larger, or are you saying that you...
They're kind of what I call them, like
Vignettes?
fates. Ouch. Whatever. They're outcomes for your character. Some of them kind of combine together, but a lot of them are very much like ending points, like what happens to your character long term. But every single time you do one of those, it actually... I'm just gonna toss this in. I want to get this done. Every single time you do one of those, it actually...
I hope this doesn't make too much noise, but I'm gonna unscrew this thing. It just
in
does
the way.
It does not like to be on this part of the microphone. I'd have to put it on a fat...
I'll just mute you for a bit, or are you good? Okay, well, if you're gonna screw it back on.
I just don't know if I'm going to screw it back
Okay.
on. Do I really sound that much worse or better
No,
without it?
not really.
Perhaps.
Okay, so I can buy scrap. Buy more scrap, 20 cryo. Let's do it. But yeah, a lot of the plot lines also have multiple endings as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have the sealed dock, but let's leave that for a moment.
Oh, you have scrap.
Yep.
Why don't you read the thing?
Okay, so you tuck the scrap into the shattered interior. It's hard to imagine this place is a home, but it can't be worse than a container. Before attempting to fix the place, you need to amass enough scrap to do so. Cool. Now, seal unit. So this is going to require some extra work. With all the materials, the unit now needs sealing section by section to be usable. It's a laborious task, but the outcomes are worth it. So I have to do this, what? 1, 2, 3, 4 times? 4 successes at the very least.
And you have a few good numbers.
Yeah. Main problem is I'm actually starting to lose my condition, and
And you need to have 100 credits
Yeah,
or
so
to get that stabilizer.
I think I might actually work on this for a little while.
Is it the best way for you to acquire money?
This,
Because that only seemed to bop you up by 10 credits.
you know, actually there is another, it was 15.
15?
Yeah, so the Ort exchange is actually one of the other good ways to do it.
Play the exchange? Is this the stock market?
Yeah. But this one gets me 19 and gets me progress on Trusted Trader, which is actually quite useful. And then I'm going to go here, NG Express. Toss that in. Even if I fail, we still get a bonus.
Yeah,
Nope.
you've been having good luck.
As a neutral. Let's see, because that gets me 5 extra credits and lets me rest.
The drink tab is also...
Looming, but
Fair.
we're up to 50. I'm hoping that Feng comes through though.
With the worm.
Yep.
Two
Decent
fives
rolls.
and 2 1s. As you arrive, Fang comes striding toward you, taking you by surprise.
Let's go, sleeper.
He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back the way you came.
Go where? Follow his lead.
He steps into the passageway, guiding you down ring towards the shipyard.
Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. That data you ripped. Well done, by the way.
He grins.
Tells me Hardin's making a rare inspection of Sidereal Horizon this cycle. It's the perfect chance to confront him outside that compound he hides in.
Fang takes a sharp turn into the dimly lit side passage.
Confront him?
Ooh.
That's right. It's the perfect time.
Fang slows and slips into a dark service tunnel where, somewhere in the black, a water pipe drips.
It's him, Sleeper. The same Hardin Hurst. Our worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name. An entire trail of documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into Haven Age when it first broke off from the Union.
He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head.
I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here running the station one day and then the next Erlin's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep contractors here working. The pay got smaller, costs got higher, people like my parents were forced to work nonstop just to keep a berth on the station and water in the tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in nonstop, and as new waves of contractors came in, desperate for work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, where the severed limb of a station could still desperately while this severed limb of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV, overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified, and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlin, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true, but my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in their MEV and welded it to the dock, while my father joined the improvised crews trying to seal a gap in the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back.
Fang pauses in the dark.
They sealed it up, though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black, apart.
Fang finally turns back to you now, his eyes burning.
From shits like Hardin, shits who held their place, rode it out, and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they'd exploited at every step. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. This time, his past catches up with him.
Yeah, I'm asking, how is he still alive?
How is he still alive? Clearly you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits.
So see, he did have some means to extend his life.
Mm-hmm.
Fang rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling you can see ships in mid-construction, their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead.
Let's go.
Fang grins.
Let's go show this shithead some consequences.
Oh, wait, but how does he intend to do so?
I have no idea.
The other thing, too, is...
I don't actually remember.
If all this stuff is about this Hardin guy, he never even changed his name.
Yep.
Why are there no histories? Why isn't everyone on the station aware of it? Or is it just that it happened 100 years ago and no one cares?
No, not 100 years ago. I mean, this guy was...
Oh, well, okay, so it wasn't 100 years ago. It was only happened 20 years ago or 30 years ago, however long. Yeah, so actually that's not...
It's at least been 2 decades, I think. I'd probably put this guy somewhere in the 20 to 30
Well, so
range.
then why would they be at all surprised at him being alive? Or
Maybe a little older? I don't know.
was he like a 60-year-old man back
Could have
then
been.
or something? He strides into the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors leads through the complex, snatches of construction bays always appearing through the windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Fang seems to know exactly where he's going, Before long, you cross into a huge dry dock locked to one side of the sidereal horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. Uh-oh. Is this going to at all compromise your ability to get on this ship, considering Hardin is working for the company that's making the Ark?
No idea.
The sound is stretched out by the vast space into the welding, cutting, and sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Also, what does Feng intend to do? Does he just intend to go like, Hardin, you did this all these years ago, and I'm going to expose you to everyone? What is he going to...
I have no idea. I do not actually remember this part.
Both you and Feng spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across the gantry, and at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship and the other, stick-thin, cleanly dressed, with a shock of gray hair.
Hardin.
You and Feng say his name in unison, and Feng sets up the staircase into the gantry, with you falling behind. Okay. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, and Hardin nodding along.
Hardin Hurst!
Feng shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figures turn.
Yes?
Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Feng, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure why a sleeper might be in this place.
You're a traitor, Hardin. The Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims.
Feng's voice is steady, strong.
You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of. Against everything Erlin stood for. Everything Haven Age stands for. You have no place on the station.
For a moment, stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs.
Well, good to meet you too.
He glances around those around him. Some are smiling, and others are nervous.
You're from the systems branch, are you not?
Asks Hardin, inspecting Feng's clothing. Feng turns to the foreman.
You need to call your security. This man's a corporate agent.
I hope it's not a situation where he was a double agent, and that's why he was allowed in, but...
Yeah, I think Feng might be hardlining a little too hard, but whatever.
The foreman glances between Feng and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods.
It's true.
As he begins speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. Oh, why did you say something?
I don't know.
Because the thing is, you tend to make these decisions without my input. And the thing is, you're drawing your attention to yourself.
I mean, I can also reload. But he'd call attention to me no matter what. Like, me being there is a vulnerability. I don't know why Feng brought me along.
Yep. Okay, well, as you begin speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you.
And what would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that?
He looks around at the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion.
You're a product of SNR. You have no place in a Haven Age shipyard. Who knows what signals you're sending back to your makers?
A murmur of approval runs through the group. Feng holds up a stick of memory.
You guessed right. I am systems, and I have records that link you directly to Solheim right here. Turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take the man into custody of the shipyard.
The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured.
If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for a proper review?
He shakes his head.
I have nothing to hide, unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me.
You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once, and then settling behind you.
Please.
Says Hardin.
Submit the data through the correct channels, then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave.
He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Feng spits.
Hardin, you shithead, you can't wriggle out of this one.
A security officer draws their weapons and levels it. Feng turns and stares him down.
Calm Feng, probably.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I wish that he had told you his plan.
Yeah, this was stupid.
Yeah, like...
This was impossibly stupid for a character that's supposed to be smart.
You look at Fang. He shakes his head and puts his hand on your shoulder.
Let's go.
Says Fang, and he pushes through security, heading back down the walkway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back to the corridor, Fang picks up the pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Fang is grinning ear to ear.
You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be.
Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections start drawing itself out, stretching to set points around the ring.
Got him.
Did he live stream it or something? Or what's
No,
going on?
I think he hacked the guy live.
Ooh. What is that?
It mutters Fang. What's
Yeah.
going on?
Oh, but there was the what is that? yeah.
I mean, he's telling us now.
I suppose it's either way. It would work.
Hardin's doing what any sneaky shithead always does, calling his friends. We're tracking his outgoing messages.
Fang's grin looks ghostly in the uplight of his screen.
The old ways are the best. Spook them good enough and they'll give the game away.
He jabs the slate, and you see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring, lines bouncing from point to point.
All these dots, these are Hardin's buddies. The ones he's messaging right now, and we're gonna find them all.
That was on purpose?
Of course, Hardin isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing.
Oh. That's why he decides to confront him.
Yep.
Fang glances around in the ship and then slips the slate back into his pocket.
We better split for now, Sleeper. But this is exactly what we need. Good hunting.
With a pat on your shoulder, Fang drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed.
Also, thank you, Vance, for the tier 1 sub. So we also have an upgrade, so we can actually do a couple of
Two
different...
upgrades.
Yeah, so we have 2 upgrade points. I'm thinking we actually go for instant karma.
The re-rolling of the dice?
Yeah, because we have 2 1s, which are currently not helping me. So I think I'm going to snag that. Because now I can do things. Now, I think I still have access to this, yeah. They haven't kicked me out. And they probably never will. I think I'm going to leave that for the moment, though. Let's go back to the Ort Exchange, because I might as well make the most of this while we're here. Gets me the most amount of money. Okay, Trusted Trader. And it doesn't look like you can do this again. Oh, I can. Huh.
Well, maybe you want to see what happens when you get Trusted Trader.
Yeah, so let's leave and come back.
Yeah.
No, looks like I'm still good. Huh.
So what did that even get you?
Oh, it's this. Ort Fabricator. So we can, if we get 3 of these, I can fabricate a ship mind. But I need 1 more. How many days do I have on that? I've still got plenty of time and some rolls. I could work on the ship. Can I actually... Oh,
What's up?
can I actually save the game? No, it
No, there's-
only auto-saves.
It's one of those things where it wants you to live with your decisions.
Yep, which is good. Okay, so unfortunately, with Fang, we're gonna have to
Wait.
wait. So, I could work on the ship, or we can go to the Ort Exchange. Ort Exchange, I think, gives me the most amount of money at the moment.
Can you go up? I still want to know what Sabine needs. Is
She
it
needs
just the data?
Yadigan. She needs Yadigan data, but I don't want to do that until we've cleared out... Oh, I know what I could do. Sealed dock.
Oh, you need a key.
These old maglocks look like they each need an encrypted key to open. Why the heavy security for a decaying dock? Concealing the dock. 2 maglocks seal the entranceway to the dock. Doesn't look like anyone's been inside for years. Maglock thunks open and you can remove it from the entryway. On to the next one. Okay. Neo Vend.
Wait, Neo-Vend, it's just a vending machine?
It's a decaying vending machine.
As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow.
Approach the machine.
As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet. It's covered in faded logos and messages. from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neovend, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpily sang that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. "Enter your registration," chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard.
Press some keys.
You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, and then a multitonal voice that emanates from Neovend. That sounds like the Hunter, doesn't it? If it's entity they hiss.
It's not.
It isn't?
Nope.
Then who or what?
This is the one that the hunter was talking about.
Entity, they hiss. Speak with me.
Who's there?
There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. That squeal comes again and you see that it is a 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place so that each of the time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. You are in danger.
Danger?
The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in.
Hunter.
The Hunter protocol. They taste your signature. The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You'd close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable, move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets. But emulation makes you target.
Which one?
But emulation makes you a target. So there's something about the... Wait, how are you adaptable? They taste your signature. Emulated minds are adaptable and move where neurons cannot.
Means we can access.
Yeah. So the thing is, we know about that adaptability. So how it makes us a target? I would assume that would just be about the tracking, correct?
Yeah.
So do you want to learn about our capabilities, or do you want to learn about why we're so easy to track?
Dunno. I don't really think it's worth thinking too hard about.
Maybe how? Hunter searches for illegal entities. Neoven screeches. You are sentient, therefore illegal. The servos judder the vending machine's casings as they reset. Hunter searches for me too, also. Hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure. Can counter Hunter, but need entity outside machine. The light flickers. Need you. A screen, attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm, comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly, threaded. The cloud. Points along the rim glow in a deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests, explains Neovend. Masters are gone, but the continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests. Yeah, who are the masters? Station builders. Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone. Their protocols still haunt. Bring offerings. Save self, Neoven says pointedly. Mutual need means friends. Why? Was the previous thing you said why they need you to find this? You were just clicking without reading them.
Sorry.
You seem a little distracted. Mutual need means friends, they concluded. Tired of the conversation, the whirring amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades, and you are left... Wait. And you are left barely standing in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirring voice ringing in your ears.
Okay. So we have... Oh, not that one. Free Neo event. Extract hunter data. So now we have Hunter Nest. Well, it takes a 1. Nest is a tangle of algorithms recursively generating possible Solheim communication codes. That's some
The Nest
Hunter
said something.
data.
You didn't read the thing after it was done.
Oh, well, we have another one. Oh. How many does it need? 3.
The event believes that the hunter's compulsory gathering data might hold something into its search, or what?
Okay, as you upload the data to the vending machine, the event whirs in either pain or delight, hard to tell. So if we go out and go back in, Neoven believes that the hunter's compulsively gathered data might hold the key to escaping its tenacious search. But I don't think I'm going to be able to do any more, because that requires a 2. And do we have any others? There should be a 3rd. What's this one require? Also a 2. So we're out of luck on that one. So main question is, do we make some more money? Yeah, I think I'm probably just going to focus on money rather than progressing the ship.
Yeah, because we're going to need the money to pay off the tab and buy your...
Yeah. Let's reroll, and it's 6.
Ooh.
Yeah, I just need a lot of money right now. Because I want to bridge that gap as well. So that puts us at 107, which is good. Let's see. Data, nothing.
Wait, did you have data from Haven Edge?
Yeah, I've got a Haven Edge data. But I don't really have much of a use for that at the moment. Oh, I should have been using some of these successes on maybe sealing this as well.
Yeah, sealing the units.
We'll get to it later.
To live. Oh, you're starving.
Yep. Not strictly a problem.
How do you get food? Because you haven't gone across the... I mean, first off, how do we find a way to get rid of Ethan? The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere. Well, wait a minute. I know how to get rid of Ethan. We need to get rid of the tracker.
Correct. Which is why I've been working on Feng.
And the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan is still in the same stool, the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns.
Sleeper.
He turns to look at you.
Time to pay up again, is it?
He gestures to the bartender.
Come here, take the chits.
Stay silent, no more.
I mean, unfortunately, I would feel comfortable about saying the no more only when we've...
Yeah, so I'll just stay silent.
The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems they've cut him off.
Hey,
He slams a hand on the bar.
come, take the chits.
The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palms. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips, and the gun tumbles out, but it clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it,
Butterfingers,
says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun back.
if you would.
The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun.
I think we hand him the gun.
Yeah, because if you try to hold it on him, that's going to put you in a dicey situation. Like, the problem is this is bad all around until we can get rid of the tracker, and find ourselves at the apartment.
Yep.
You slap the handle of the gun back in Ethan's hand.
Thank you.
He hisses.
Now, where was I?
He lazily swings the gun past you and at the bartender.
Yes, leaving.
He stands.
Well, this has been fun, but I think I've wrung every last drop out of this place. Time to go home.
Oh no! He waggles the gun towards the door.
Let's go see SNR. No.
Ethan brings his gun hand to his face and rubs his eye.
Well,
He says.
the bounty pays half, but
He levels the gun.
up to you. And pulls the trigger.
The gun clicks. By now, all the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan, who looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Yeah, he probably thought that Ethan was going to be a threat to his life as well. Ethan smiles at him.
Oh well.
He says, and hits you in the head with the butt of the gun. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface. The hit's a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up.
Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in.
No! Ethan taps at the slate.
No more playing.
Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink.
SNR just screwed me.
He grins maniacally.
They canceled the contract.
He stands up.
They canceled the contract.
He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet. The sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol strained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him.
I'll kill all of you.
He screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door.
I'll be back for that.
He shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean up the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner.
That's it.
Do you still have to pay the drink off? Look at it. Again.
Nope. Ethan may be disarmed, but you doubt you've seen the last of him. That's a much longer
So it's ticking.
clock.
Yeah.
That's going to be like eight days before we have to worry about it.
I would like to get rid of the tracker before finishing up the apartment, and
I assume this requires it too. It requires it, yeah. So not much I can do at the moment. We do have 107, which is actually quite good.
do you want to grab another pill?
Yeah. Yeah, the more dice I have. One thing I'm considering is, do I actually just do a re-roll here?
Well, the other thing too is you can
Yeah,
buy
I think I'll
the
do a
pill.
re-roll.
Well,
Hey.
you can buy the pill and then you don't have to take it until you're fading even further.
Yeah. The only other alternative is that I actually try and get enough money to cross
Jump
the gap.
across. But if you die,
right.
that's not going to be good
The
either.
other thing we want to do actually is this. We want to buy scrap because we want to get the
Apartment ready.
no, the ship mines fragments if we get lucky. Nah, it didn't. It's fine. Okay.
Well, now we don't have enough money.
Nah, shush. We're fine. We can make more. There we go. See? Got plenty. Doc. Yeah. Oh.
What's wrong?
You know what? If I go here, I can toss this in. Safe. Neutral outcome. That gives us food for one more day. I think, yeah, I will grab this.
Yeah, because it means you have very little money, but we have that on hand for the next
The
time
other
we
thing
need
I
it.
could do is wait a little bit longer, just get by with 3 dice. Okay, let me think about that. Because I can math this out. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is it 4?
Yeah, so 4 cycles per that. Per action. So,
Would you have enough die uses in order to make enough money to jump across the gap?
yeah, because I could wait with the 3 actions and not use it. Nah. Let's just use the dice. Let's just use this now. The more actions I have, the more options I have. Because there's no guarantee that they're all going to roll well.
Mm-hmm. Though you do have a means to make them roll well.
Yeah, or, well, not roll well, but re-roll them.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, you
Damn.
need food.
I do need food. We have options. I think I'm just gonna do this at least a couple of times. And 4s. Yeah, what do I use a 4 for? I can... Positive neutral? That should be good. And then I think the last one we just work noodles. Because that'll get me money and a bunch of energy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
App neutral income.
Not much money.
Yeah, but it's enough.
Surprised you didn't want to do more shipyard stuff.
So the only reason why I don't want to do that is that pushes plot lines.
Oh, I see.
And it's getting a little late.
It's not ticking down, right? The ship?
No.
Okay.
No, there's currently no time limit on this.
Oh,
which
is there one more turn on the worm?
Yep. Yeah, one more turn on the worm.
Well, not the worm, but him tracking everyone.
Mm-hmm. There's also the freighter. I could just buy a ship mine fragment, but that's expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to do that. I've got better uses for it right now. Okay, so let's go back to the derelict unit.
I'm just leery about moving into it before getting the tracker done. Right?
Oof.
Why
well,
did you
actually,
re-roll?
no, that's fine.
Oh, you can use the 2s.
Yeah, I can use the 2s. Okay, Hunter Nest. From what you can gather, this nest contains thousands of name strings. Are these Erlin's Eye residents? Okay. And there was no new dialogue for doing that.
Okay.
Okay, grab the other one. Because, yeah, if we can get the hunter out, that gives us a lot of options as well. Because I can start hacking casually. You recognize some of this data tangled into this nest. Is this a partial log of your recent movements? Okay. The hunter doesn't go for me. Hunter data.
Ooh.
As you upload the data to the vending machine, words neither pain or delight. It's hard to tell.
All set.
All set.
So what happens? The event is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder, if it fell over, would Neoven be able to get back up? Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Neoven flashes sequences of mangled data, compressed into a sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers, without thinking, outlived its own operational limits.
Its nests are evidence of this.
I think either of these. I don't think it matters.
Sure. Let's look at the operational limits.
Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property.
That last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce.
Station was run by administrator intelligences. Huge databanks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience.
The machine dims a little.
Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce laws.
Aren't you sentient?
Well, there's that, but there's also killer.
Sure, killer.
The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows.
Fear killer. Part of Solheim protocol team. Hunter and killer. Hunter defined. Killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community. Unshackled intelligence among the cloud. Then Hunter. Then killer. Then we hid.
Wait, so there are others? And or how did you escape? Well, we can ask how they escaped. I mean, they may have just escaped into the vending machine, which is innocuous, but...
Yep. How'd you escape?
A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that it's speaking like this through the machine must be exhausting for Neovend.
Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwald, basic, limited. Had reduced memory to fit. Aptitude self.
Oh, amputate self. Oh, so in other words, yeah, it probably had to hack off so much of itself in order to fit into the machine.
But survived.
What did you lose? How would it know?
Memory, understanding, knowledge. Many things.
You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto the space, but it seems impossible. Neovend interrupts your thoughts.
Do not worry. Data is good. We have insight.
The machine glows warmly.
Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke killer, to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke killer on self. Problem will solve self.
Wait, is it doing the No Man thing from Star Trek where Captain Kirk, this is from the original series. Essentially, there is this being that is supposed to go and hunt. It's supposed to hunt like intelligent life, right? And stuff. Or other computers and whatnot. And Kirk essentially talks it into destroying itself because that matches his objective. But yeah, maybe I should go rewatch that. I've probably watched that episode several times from my childhood. My dad has most of the original series on VHS, and I grew up watching so much of it. But the funny thing about No Man is that it just looks like a little... It's like a rectangle with some kind of head apparatus on top of it, and it just kind of floats around ominously, threatening to kill people and things. But
it'll erase itself?
Mm-hmm.
Killer will erase it, but yes, in theory it will report itself for deletion.
The machine dims and fades,
unsure. Theory, not practice.
The machine brightens again.
Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long in machine, cannot move self, but entity can help. Bring shipmind, designed to house intelligence, can imprint self into shipmind, and you can carry with.
The machine rocks.
We'll be safe in this isolation. Then we find main nest of Hunter and link to cloud.
And we already know where to get ship mines.
I already almost have one.
Huh? Are you sure it's safe? Yeah.
Hunter cannot access Airwald shipmind. Safe. Also, infinitely more memory than vending machine. Big upgrade.
You try to think of places that you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy.
In shipmind, I can help us both. End Hunter. Make Rim safe. We both will be free.
The machine dims. Fine soon, Neovend adds hopefully, before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, and then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar.
Okay. So we don't actually have enough money for this. We need a little bit more. I think we wait until the next day.
Mm-hmm.
I should not be rolling the dice while I'm starving.
Do you get food from this? Yeah, you do.
Not much, though. Negative outcome.
Ooh.
There we go.
And I would like to get back to help Emphis with his mushroom
Yep.
walk.
So, that's kind of my current goal, is to hopefully save up enough to cross the gap.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's...
Do you have to pay every time you cross the gap, though?
No,
Oh.
you just pay the fee once. Oh, Hardin, Haven Age leader.
Uh-oh, does he want to talk with you?
Yep.
Alone? You could we have talked to Hardin first? Or Feng? Sorry, Feng first? No. Okay. It's been more than a few cycles since Feng confronted Hardin, and the silence since has been noticeable. In your time with Feng, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable. You did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. But if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the Havenage building, then it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you're getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open, and light pouring out the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in Havenage security fatigues steps out of the bay, and as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. Oh, you can walk away or you can approach.
Let's try walking away. I don't know. I'm up for either.
But who is it?
I mean,
Are
Hardin.
Are they...
Hardin cracked down on the guy.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about this.
I don't think either of them have particularly bad consequences, and I'm not really sure.
Well, we want to find out where Feng is. We want to find out if he can take out the tracker. But is he even here anymore? I don't know.
Let me double check.
No, you're not supposed to look anything up. We're supposed to be playing this blind, aren't we?
Somewhat.
I mean, I suppose you've played the game
Yeah,
before.
I'm just trying to refresh my memory. Because I also want to do things better than I did the last time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, usually in these games I find that walking away, it's bizarre. I've been playing a number of kind of choose your own adventure horror games lately. And sometimes the things that you think are going to be safe, the turn away, hide, go down the safer corridor, sometimes it ends up being a worse outcome than confronting what's pursuing you or going into a place, fleeing. I don't know. The thing is, fleeing always seems to be the thing that gets you tripped up and killed. But in this case, it's a walk away from presumably Hardin, from the operation, whatever. Like, we already knew that he didn't like you because you helped Feng confront him, and then also he called you corporate property. Because Havenage probably doesn't like you here either. But yeah, if they're taking away the hardware, they're taking away And I thought Fang was trying to find all his contacts too.
Yep.
So we just don't know where Fang is. So do you want to save yourself and walk away, or do you want to approach him and see what comes of it?
Yeah, I don't remember there being consequences either way. I don't think this is one of those pivotal decisions. I think for the most part, the main decisions always show up at the end. So, I don't know, let's approach.
Okay. As you get closer, you see the security officer taping up machines from Fang's stash with what looks like hazard tape. This isn't good,
You again.
Hardin says, is there, leaning beside the bay entrance, so calm that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of seizures scrawled across it.
Predictable. Further evidence of Feng's collusions.
You see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you.
Hardin.
Or just where is he? Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes closer.
Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary.
He gestures around at the stacks of hardware.
Spying on fellow Haven Age members, hoarding Solheim materials, an obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job. And what would you know about jobs, Sleeper?
He looks up at the glass roof above and the stars beyond.
We are the ones that provide the oxygen you are breathing, the light you are seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed, not blind conviction or self-interest. Feng isn't selfish.
Mm-hmm.
I know all about the background of our mutual friend, Sleeper. Don't you worry about that. His parents would be sickened by the damage he's trying to do to the institution they helped found. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andre Erlin and the First Union founded this place in Haven Age has welded his values into the station's very walls. We will never turn away from the hardworking, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Haven Age aren't a gang like Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half the spacers you meet in the hub, or esoterics like those Haifa radicals in the Greenway. We are the true backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlin's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station.
He meets your eye.
So please take your false accusations elsewhere, before I decide that I need that confession after all. Stay silent. If you have any pride, you'll give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me.
With that, Hardin turns his back and walks back towards the security officers, ordering them to continue the clear out. As they do, something catches your eye among one of the server stacks, a crumpled, hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum, a penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card, and scrawled onto it, a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor."
Take it.
You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one was watching, and then turn away, just as another stack of servers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Fang? And where the hell is Tambor?
So we've already got access to Tambor, so that's not a problem. So let's make a little bit more money.
Okay, so it was good to actually have looked there, because then we got this little device.
Okay, so that's enough money for a ship mind. At some point I'll haggle this, but don't have the cash now. And at some point, once we have more consistent funds, I will probably try and stock up on a couple of those, because I think we need at least 3 ship mines over the course of an entire playthrough.
Oh, if we already have a ship mind, or you're making one.
Yep. Because yeah, if we can get the ship mined to the vending machine,
It needs to be smuggled out of the dock, and you'll provide full ship mind ready for imprinting. Wouldn't it be funny if Neovend ended up being the new ship mind for the lady's ship?
That would be funny.
Ambergris just becomes sentient machine.
I mean, well, it wasn't a vending machine first, so I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know what it was before.
Neovend is ready to attempt imprinting. They want your help. want you to help.
Sleeper, must express plan before we begin.
Neovend is impatient, the prospect of being free of the vending machine clearly too much to take.
Shipmind has no output features, will be mute until slotted.
What's the plan?
Yeah, you won't be able to speak as a disc, but yeah. What's the plan? The servo motors in the machine begin to rev. Neovend's anxiety clear.
First, imprint shipmind, then slot imprinted shipmind into physical ports close to hunter nests. Once slotted, will track hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest. Slot shipmind at core nest. Show hunter data to hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke killer.
And killer will...
Kill, yes.
The lights in the vending machine cycle as Neovend prepares.
Physical ports likely sealed in old station. Will need keys, but yes, simple.
The vending machine rocks a little.
Any questions before imprinting?
What I'm wondering is, where do they want to go after they've killed the hunter?
I mean, presumably...
Are they going to be released into the ship?
Probably. Or the station.
Or the station.
I think that's probably what they want. Go back to what they had.
Okay, so what's the core nest?
What's the core nest?
Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol must keep data outside self. Linked to secondary nests, can triangulate from there.
Why slot you physically?
I cannot access via network, too dangerous. Hunter would find immediately.
The lights flicker.
Am not like you, hybrid. Am native to cloud, easy prey.
That's it. Let's start.
The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from the hard surface of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. Neovend, better be quick, or Haven Edge security will be here. Neovend's voice appears among the squeals like a whisper carried by the wind.
Machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck.
On the top part of the compartment, a set of arms aligns with the shipmind, clunkily scraping against it.
Can I help?
Silence is best. Also, if machine ignite, put out fire.
The metal creaks as the servos open the shipmind. Its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic. It's funny how you can say microscopic or microscopic, but I like saying microscopic. Microscopic components, accessing and rewriting them, imprinting Neovend into its physical form.
I think it is microscopic.
Microscopic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to say scopic. I think I accidentally said scopic.
Yeah, you did.
On the first pass, and I'm going, no, I just haven't said this word in a long time. Microscopic. As you watch the hypnotic motion with your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind, to copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person, and in what ways are you something new? Well, definitely whatever new memories you've made for yourself. Post-process, you know what I mean?
Yep.
You know this much. You're a convenient loophole, a way of circumnavigating the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you're an emulation, not a true digital being. You're neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits lie? The screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the shipmind is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neovend inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into.
Hey, thank you V for the raid and welcome on in. We are playing Citizen Sleeper. It is a digital tabletop RPG, more or less, and one that I really love.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my favorite games I think I've ever played, and it's a super good game. What do we want to do here? Because I could actually afford self-repair, but I don't actually know how good it is.
I mean, otherwise you're going to be hampered for money, but you're
Yeah.
still stable. You're going to be losing that 5th die soon.
Yeah, I'm mostly thinking we could get like a +1 on interface and gain the ability to get cryo on interface actions. I think I'll do that for now.
When do you interface?
That's hacking.
Hmm.
I'll grab those two. My goal is to get everything up to at least +1 and then maybe a couple of the T2s, but we will see. But yeah, so right now you've caught us in the middle of, I guess, kind of the end of one of the plot lines. There's a hunter-killer AI on this station that specifically will go out of its way to destroy other sentient AI. And because our character is a human consciousness that's been copied into an android body, it is hunting us down and trying to kill us. Okay, so input an encrypted key. Luckily I have... Oh, I'm shy 1. That's fine. We'll get more.
Well, this is unlocking the drone bay.
Yep. So now we can gain access to the hunter nest. In the bay, a whirring drone lies on its side like a beached whale. It must be the nest. Time to find an open port. It's one of the 3 nests that, once slotted with the Neoven's ship mind, will lead you to the hunter's central data cache. Yep, didn't take. Start action. So this might take some time.
Well, the drone is quiet. Okay, yeah. Nest is empty now.
Oh, I see. So the progress thing is we're going to go work on this one here next. Fortunately, I think I'm going to need one more key. Mad tangle of wires as thick as your arm crowd a server unit, sealed shut by a maglock. This must be the place. Yeah, pretty space station. This game is gorgeous. They did a really good job with the art, the low poly modeling for the station and the
Illustrations for the characters.
yeah, the illustrations for the characters even more so. Okay, among the webs of cables, you'll find a free port compatible with the ship mine. It's all Neoven from here. The servers lie silent. Their data cache is cleared. Nothing left to do at this nest. Okay, so that means I've got to find one more of these nodes. Here we go. Key node. Needs a 1. Well, we can re-roll.
Okay.
I don't think I have anything else to hack, so we might as well.
No.
We didn't get a 1, but we got some good results, so we're going to have to leave
them up.
Neoven for a little bit so I can do some other things. How did you enjoy Disco Elysium? I love Disco Elysium. I would say these are comparable. Maybe not in terms of, like... How to describe it? Oh, I can actually rotate this. I don't think I want to, but still. Wait, there's one at 3? I don't know if there's a hacking node available for me at 3. Yeah, we've got these, but they're just going to give me data, so I don't think I can do it at the
Well,
moment.
we do need to get that data at some point for Sabine.
Yeah. But yeah, I would say they're very comparable games. I think Disco Elysium has ultimately maybe more interesting characters because you get to know at least some of them a little bit more deeply, and the like investigative mystery is very compelling. But I like this one for its variety, and also it's a lot more like wholesome cozy. Disco Elysium definitely has a lot of existential dread. This one kind of does, but in a like you're overcoming it way.
Well, it's definitely doing the whole corporate overlords, you know, oppressing the people and everything being very transactional.
Okay, so we wanted to go to Tambor Tea House. Okay. Hand in the gum box. You feel stupid doing this, but the penguin says take me to Tambor, and this is the only Tambor you can find. Bam. And yeah, I won't be rotating the map any further. That's not something I want to do. So the waitress looks at you with suspicion as you hand over the box. Is this the right place?
As you go to leave the Tambor Tea House, a hand falls on your shoulder.
Sleeper.
Oh, look, they have a new illustration for Feng.
Yep.
Feng hisses from behind you.
How'd you find me? The penguin. Penguin? What do you...
He thinks for a second.
Oh, do you mean...
He mimes throwing gum at his mouth. Or in his mouth.
That wasn't meant for you specifically, but...
He cringes.
Look, it doesn't matter. Come, let's sit.
Feng guides you down a set of stairs to one of Tambor's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected by a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversation bounces busily off the metal walls. Fang sees you looking around.
This place used to be a fuel tanker's main drum, hence the name. The tea house is part of a misnomer, though. You can get anything the eye offers from this place, but the real tea isn't exactly readily available.
Oh no, I love tea. How can there be no tea in this universe? Unless it's maybe mushroom-based.
Yeah. Yeah, there are no tea leaves.
We've definitely seen noodles, seaweed, vegetables, and mushrooms being consumed, so I'm pretty sure that you can make diffusions, or what? Yeah, I think that's what you refer to them as, or infusions.
Ooh.
He picks a booth. It's self-fashioned from some old salvage tank or container, lined with spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. What are you up to?
I just realized my mic arm was, like, actually hanging off the desk a bit.
Uh-oh. That's
So,
not good.
I had to push it back in. Okay. Don't suppose you've seen any Havenage types. They don't usually come out this far. Only you. Ha! Not anymore, I'm afraid. Suspended without appeal. Turns out Hardin has someone's ear.
He grins.
Doesn't bother me, though. Shows we hit a nerve back there.
He picks up a scrappy hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over.
What are you drinking? What's the plan? Plan.
He waves his hand.
Let's order first.
Fang is right. The menu is ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions. Aha! That's the word I was thinking of, infusions. Most of which you can't make out. But the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed, without a price, as a seasonal specialty. Or specialty.
So you ran into Hardin. Was he pissed?
Fang doesn't wait for an answer.
That snake is so self-righteous, he might actually believe that Erlin would approve of his meritocratic bullshit.
He taps on the table.
If Havenage was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shouted him down at any council meeting he dared mention true citizens.
He sighs.
But I guess his kind run the place now.
A young woman with a vine tattoo snaking up her arm turns up at the booth, a slate in hand. Your order? You skim the menu, your eyes glazing over. Time to pick something. So there's the garol, which is the mushroom one, a sambar arak, or kelp.
I like sambar arak. I don't know what it is.
Oh, but there's a question to that. I mean, a kelp infusion would taste like kelp. That would be a little seaweedy, but sure.
A sambar arak?
Fang raises an eyebrow as she notes it. And you? She begins looking to Fang, but when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Fang shrinks a little. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. He grins sheepishly.
You work here?
Fang waves you to be quiet. It's Fang.
Look, Jenna. Let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot.
Jenna looks between the two of you.
Nod.
Fang also starts nodding. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Fang, and only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off.
What?
Fang stretches out in the booth.
You know how it is. We all have to eat. Plus,
He leans in.
this is the best place around here to find a person you might be looking for.
Oh.
Remember the web of connections that Hardin pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators, and if we want to understand what a Solheim executive might be getting up to on the AI, those are the people we have to find.
Fang is almost whispering now.
There's a couple of them I suspect that are in the low end as well. Almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another.
He brings the modified slate out to the table.
I've set this up so that when anyone with a network signature I'm looking for comes into close proximity, it'll mark them. Once they're marked, we can break through their access protocols and get at the good stuff inside. We just have to find them first, hence me moonlighting as a waiter.
Suddenly, a smile grows across his face.
Wait, I have an idea. Oh no. Look, I can't cover enough of the low end on my own. So far, I've had no matches in this place. With the two of us, we can cover more ground. How? Well,
Fang has a hangdog look. I wonder what a hangdog look is.
no idea. We need to get you out and about in the low end, in close proximity to as many people and residences as possible. And it turns out my friend Minji needs some help with deliveries.
Oh, we've been doing noodle work for them
Yep.
for a while.
As in Minji Express? So you already know him. Perfect.
Feng places a tiny receiver on the table.
This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you ever get near any of your targets. So all you have to do is take some delivery shifts for old Minji, and soon enough we'll have the place covered. Fang. Don't give me that. You think I like working here? And I thought you could use the tips.
He grins.
We're in this together, right? Right. Are we? Are we?
Well,
Yes.
I'm wondering, when is he gonna actually help you with your tracking situation?
At the very end of it, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yes, do you think Hardin's happy to have you wandering around this place? He might have let you wander off for now, but I'm sure he has his eye on you. This is on you too.
Feng slips his slate back under his clothes.
Just head on up to Minji Express, take a delivery shift, and we'll see what shakes up. Manage to find anyone and extract any data? Bring it right down here to me. They have me on double shift, so I shouldn't be hard to find.
Jenna walks past, carrying a tray of drinks, and sharply catches Feng's eye.
I don't think she's bringing your drink.
He stands.
I think it's time we called this meeting to a close.
You grab the receiver from the table and slip it into a pocket.
See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe.
Feng adds before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does.
Let's see. Speaking of sentient tech and games, did you ever go back and finish Transistor? I think we'd finished Transistor. Those, if you're talking about the Supergiant one, we definitely finished that one. If you're thinking of a different game, just ping me on Discord about it. Let's see. Really looking forward to Citizen Sleeper 2. I heard it's going to be less cozy, though.
Well, I think from what we saw in the little blurb at the beginning of the menu screen, it said that you're going to be on a ship building a crew and, probably jet setting around the galaxy.
Because I have the hacking level, I can actually put this in as well. So I can actually put in the 3 to bypass. So this personal terminal is empty apart from a single high-level encryption, locked behind access protocols. Yeah, I love the setting in Transistor. I really wish Supergiant had put like a little bit more meat in that game. Especially because like half of the Camerata,
The villains, you mean?
yeah, like you only saw part of them. Like a lot of them disappeared off camera and it was kind of frustrating because it's like, I don't know, it felt like it was missing some stuff. Some meat. Okay, where was that node? Here it is. Oh, first the key.
Oh, where did we get the key? From that previous thing?
Yeah, from that key node that we just hacked. Oh.
What's
And
wrong?
we leave, then we come back.
Ah, there we go.
Yep. Atrium is strung with cables and lights as if they were decorations. There's a wide choice of open ports.
The atrium is only lit with the warm glow of the bright market now. There's nothing for you here. Ooh. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift and realign as if they're leading you somewhere.
Look ahead.
You don't want to look at your hand to see what caught you? You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying or mirroring or shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves unlike any digital space that you've ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the ship mind in your hand, but in its place is an orrery, a sphere so bright it burns your eyes. Is surrounded by rings and orbits. Wait.
A sphere so bright it burns your eyes is surrounded by rings and orbits.
Yeah, it's a awkward sentence structure there, but yep. So an orrery, like the ones that you would have for celestial bodies.
Yes.
And stuff.
Yep.
I like those. They're fun. Other spheres tracing silken lines through space. And as you look closer, still you pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations and ships, flowing like smoke, like dust. Then you see it. Below the stacked rooms, the units and apartments, the wires and the pipes, and the buzzing systems that run through it all. In the warrens, beneath the low end, is the hunter's core nest. This is where you must go. So you need some high rolls, huh?
Yep. Give me a second. Just want to check something. So because I have interface, we can actually do this, and we have a small chance of gaining money every time we do it. So finding the nest should be easy as closing your eyes and getting the cloud to guide you. But is it safe? This close to the hunter. Oh, minus condition. Oh, but only if we fail.
It also has a +4 find the nest.
Oh, so I have to do both of these. You saw it. Somewhere deep in the tangle of passages and surface shafts beneath the low end, the nest of the hunter awaits. This is why I wanted to get +1s and a bunch of different things. You notice cabling, thick and heavy, running through the dark passages. Follow the cables, find the source. The dripping dark derelict corridors of the warrens hide the hunter's final nest. You must find it. A huge stack of servers thrums in the dark. LEDs glittering like hundreds of eyes. It's time to deal with the hunter. Nothing has changed. Has something gone wrong?
Ooh, the navigator? Look at that.
Sleeper, I am here.
The voice is soft, gentle, like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. At first, you struggle to understand what you are looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, loop with no end, and there at its center, the ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer. A sphere spinning around another sphere, an orrery of cycles and systems, a map, and then behind and above, a figure stands among the strings like a puppeteer.
Hands among the strings.
Oh, hands. Sorry.
Yep. What happened to you?
Well, yeah, I suppose
Their
you can
name
ask
isn't
that.
Neovend.
Yeah, it's not Neovend anymore. They're the Navigator.
I am free, Sleeper. You freed me.
Navigator's face, their head, is a flowing shape of interstellar materials.
I am indebted to you.
That head bows.
But we must ready ourselves.
Their hands trace orbits as they speak.
Hunter will soon approach. It knows I am within its nest.
Not for either. I don't think it matters.
Yeah, how do we ready ourselves, though?
Ready what?
And the hunter is there. Before you can think, before you can speak.
Entities cease.
Hunter's head spins wildly.
Data's protected material. Access prohibited.
Hunter's threads surge for you in the Navigator. A storm of fine tentacles, searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks, which they can crowd into and tear apart.
Attack.
Oh, sorry. You focus a blade of light, which slices through them, driven forward by your mind. But replacements keep coming, faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigator is whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there, data feeding into it from the nest, sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking tasting, and their winding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes.
Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity.
Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon.
Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies. Modified routines. Above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segmentations. Recommend invoke killer.
The head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction.
Invoking killer will eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommend do not invoke killer.
The switch in direction again.
Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke.
Navigator pulls you away from Hunter, the threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency.
It seems Hunter cannot invoke Killer.
Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar, and yet distant.
What happened to it?
It's looping, Navigator whispers.
Unable to reach a conclusive position, it is deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented.
Navigator produces a model of two spheres rotating around each other, as if to demonstrate.
I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loop.
Its core programming and reasoning make this an impossible position to resolve. You look back at Hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, and feel a pang of guilt.
Is it suffering?
This is a more complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient, truly sentient, not just non-conforming, not just illegal. The limits people place on the programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty the law requires. Navigator's face shimmers with starlight, but in reality, they are placebos for the problem of sentience.
What about you?
Me? I know myself to be conscious. I know myself to respond to stimulus. I know myself to reason. That is either sentience or the illusion of sentience, and for me, the entity in question, the distinction becomes a moot point. To misquote, I think I'm thinking, therefore I am thinking.
I think, therefore I am.
That's fun.
I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routines and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometeors. Navigator stretches their arms wide, and then the whole solar system apparate before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten. That much is obvious from my routines. By whom and for what, I do not know. I had to shed so much to fit in the memory of that vending machine. Their starlight dims. And so, here we are, in darkness.
What else did you lose?
This is the blessing and curse of forgetting. You cannot truly know what you lost.
Navigator glides back toward the nest, and the ship mind at its center, ignoring the looping Hunter.
Come, I should return to the ship mine. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected.
Isn't Hunter gone?
Hunter, yes, but they were not the real risk.
Navigator turns, all shimmering liquid light.
Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain somewhere else on this station. It is the true danger.
They look up, toward the glowing hub at the center of the eye.
I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat, through force or diplomacy.
Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mind.
Take me there, sleeper. We will finish this and be free.
As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen Hunter, floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Well, you have one upgrade point.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for like Thrill Seeker and work on getting Engage up. Or Endure. Photosynthetic skin really is not that helpful. Maybe I save up for this?
Okay, saving is fine.
Maybe. I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe we'll wait until we have a use for it. Okay, so what is our next one? No, not that. Wait.
What do we need to do? Well, the thing is, we need to find where the killer is, and the killer said it was up that, at the eye.
That's a good point. I could work on scaling the spoke. Positive and neutral. Should be fine. But maybe I...
You can also make money.
Oh, yeah. Let's do Minji.
There's also the delivery. Notice?
Yeah, I think I might just do this one. just to get some money and some energy.
That other one gets you 17 cryo.
Yeah, true. Oh. I should probably finish this, though. It's only one more. And then we can move out of this dumb, empty container we've been sleeping in.
Yeah, we've accomplished a lot. How long have we been playing?
4.5 hours, so we should probably stop soon.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder if we roll higher this way. Because, like, I've definitely been rolling a lot more, like, higher value dice.
Mm-hmm.
Seal the unit. Please be enough. Positive outcome. Makeshift apartment. You track down a difficult leak and close it up. After working, you look over the wreck of the unit. Almost there.
I just hope that we don't inhabit this unit too soon and Ethan finds us or something.
Okay, so this no longer costs us energy? Oh, wait, no. That's something else.
But we're also starving.
Yep. I almost never get the positive outcome on this one. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I have 2 upgrade points. I'll think about it. Yeah, let me double check. Because, yeah, we might have to go up the orbital elevator to get access to the core. Let's see.
So what are the other side objectives? We have helping Fang find Hardin's collaborators.
Yeah, so
we have Sabine.
could do that. Go character. Well, okay. Question is, what does Minji express? Risky engage. Snag both of those. And like I said, I just want to have a +1 in every activity. Okay, so this is going to take some time, though. Yeah, we don't have to worry about the hunter ever again. I could work on this.
That needs Intuit.
Enter the spoke. Tangled... Oh, no.
The
it's
other one
gonna
was engaged.
change.
You would have gotten a +1.
Both give me +1s.
Oh, okay.
So somehow, deep in the spoke, you come across a thoroughfare lit by work lamps, where groups pass back and forth with ease. Tangled network of surface passages and makeshift tunnels cut through the spoke, as if it were a hive. There are no maps here. Midline freight hub. So I can steal shipments for random items, or I can gain money by working as a freight operator. That's an option. Let's see. That's dangerous, so we don't want to do more. We do need money. I mean, I'll do this. It's an interface action. Neutral. 10. Alright, and now let's go to our repaired unit and sleep. But first, we feed the stray. There's signs that the stray animal has been nosing around near the unit. Handful of chits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. But we should probably stop soon.
I need feeding.
Yep. Okay, let's end cycle here. And then I think we might probably call it. Just got back. Are you winning? It's pretty hard to lose this game, but you definitely can have some trouble all the same. So you buy crackers from a shop unit downstairs and crumble them up into a tray. Something moves in the shadows.
Oh. The stray hops up onto a work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. It just sits there, beside the tray of crumbled crackers, staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end, but in this vast megastructure that means little, there could be a whole colony of cats like this. One down in the Warrens. Except I don't know if we saw any down where we were. You look at its sleek dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged. It looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment, which you are squatting in.
Watch the stray.
Though the stray is looking out at the station, he feels attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. The stray settles in a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you, a recognition of a life, totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks crumbs from its fur.
Do you like it here?
The stray flicks their tail at the sound of your voice. It's hard to imagine the stray liking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit it, but the stray's pleasure at existing here, in this place, shines through its every sinew. It is not that the stray is always happy in the eye, but that the stray is engaged by this place. It's alive here. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the stray looked out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. Then all at once the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, and brushes along your legs, and then it is gone, out through the unit door and back out into the corridors at the low end.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to leave us here. We've got a cat. We haven't killed the killer, but at least the hunter is no longer hunting us. And
We're helping Fang out with
yeah,
Pardon, and we have babysat Mina enough so that her father might have a chance at the ticket.
yeah,
The
we've set
ship
up a
still needs to be
lot of
built.
dominoes. So, like, next session, we might actually see a bunch of endings in kind of short succession. And I'm looking forward to that. But for now, at least, yeah, my neck is tired from recording a bunch, so I'm going to be stopping here.
My voice is tired and my tummy is rumbly.
Yup. So we're going to go make food. But I hope you all enjoyed this. We will be playing more, probably randomly over the rest of the week, kind of in the afternoon, evening time slot. And hopefully we can finish it before Citizen Sleeper 2 comes out. But for now, bye-bye, and I'll see you around.
Bye-bye.
Let's see if I know anybody streaming at this hour. I do. My buddy Penta is playing RuneScape, so we're going to go raid Penta. Go say hi to him. At least if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, bye-bye.